up, everybody? How's it going? It's a Tactical Tuesday, but it's on a Thursday today. What's up? It's a wild time, because we've spent literally about the last 2 weeks prognosticating about the balanced data slate for Q1 2023, and today Games Workshop has graced us with an early release of the document alongside both the balanced data slate and the Minotaur field manual. I'm about to be accosted by a cat here. 1 second. I apologize, chat. Get here. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Anyway. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Now, I think that this release earlier than we were expecting, because we expected this data slate to come out in concurrence with the Arcs of Omen GT book. So we expected it next week, and maybe we would get some previews this week. But I think that the reason that Games Workshop has released it this early is because of the press they were getting surrounding Arcs of Omen, or surrounding LVO, and in relation to Arcs of Omen. The here, let's see if we can satiate this cat with treats. Cat, come over here. Stop yelling into the microphone. You want treats? Come up over here. Come up to the treats area. I don't know. We'll find out. So obviously, with the fact that content creators and members of the sort of content partnership were getting early access to these documents, there was a lot of controversy about how the largest event of the year, Las Vegas Open, was going to be conducted with these changes in mind. And it was, I think, going to be problematic. If the data slate came out at the originally rumored time, which was next week, it was 1 day, 24 hours, or maybe 48 hours before the list cutoff for LVO, which meant that players who got early access to it had like a huge advantage, like exponentially more time to prep with this update in mind. It's looking like LVO will not be using Arcs of Omen, but will be using the data slate, and now players will have a good week and a half to prep armies and to reconsider their options. Still a big benefit for the people who are... still a big benefit for the people who are... who already have access to the data slate, but obviously not quite as big of a deal as if they just dropped it like a rock just before list release, and then LVO decided to adopt it. Would have been super awkward. But now I think that we're going to have a little bit more of a healthier scene. Currently being accosted by a cat, chat. I apologize for the interruptions. And I think it's going to be good. Anyway, that's what I have to say about that. Now, so what we'll do today is I've like done a cursory glance at the data slate. This dropped as I was at the gym. I was doing some cardio. My phone started blowing up. I was like, oh my god, new data slate's out. So rushed home to talk about it. They could have waited a little bit to drop it maybe when I was back at my house. I don't know, but here we are. We can't hold them too accountable. So what we're going to do is just read through it and talk about some changes. I'll preface everyone right now that I am not... I'm upset about this data slate. I'm incredibly biased against some of the changes that were being made, mostly because I play Tyranids mostly, and I love Tyranids, and I've loved playing Tyranids. I like the Tyranid play style, and this data slate effectively removes Tyranids from play in 40k. So you know, it's not great. I'm gonna be upset, and you're gonna have to just bear with me. And if you want to blow me up in the comments, and come in and watch the video to fight me on it, then that's fine. Increase my watch time, I guess. That would be great. Appreciate you. All right. So let's go. Let's talk about some friggin' changes. So I think the first one that everyone noticed is obviously a lot of rules are being removed, or a lot of changes are being removed from the previous version of the data slate. I wonder if I have a copy of that, actually. That would be good to... That would be good to compare. I should have thought about that. I don't know if I do saved right now, or at least I don't know what the file name is. Maybe it is. I saved this, something like this PDF document. I don't know. Didn't think about that beforehand, chat. All right. I don't know if I have one available here, but that's okay. So the first one that we can see that's gone entirely is Armor of Contempt. It's just removed entirely. There is no version of it for other factions that had it previously. It's just gone. So like Space Marines don't have it. It was in this area. It was like a universal rule at the top that gave it to Astra Militarum vehicles, Adeptus Sororitas units, Adeptus Astartes units, Hereditas Astartes units, everything that was Astartes or had power armor or some vehicles randomly. It's gone entirely. Nothing has it anymore. No Sisters have it. No Space Marines have it. No Chaos Space Marines have it. It's removed from the game, which I think is, I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's gonna be a difficult. We played almost a year with Armor of Contempt. It's gonna be an interesting sort of period of adaptation to get around this sort of tank meta that we were in. But it's certainly going to change a lot of things. I think we're going to see Marines, like, they need to hug cover a lot. I think we're going to see newfound Marine reliance on Storm Shields again. Whereas Storm Shields were totally superfluous for the most part in the period of Armor of Contempt. Now they're going to be a lot more powerful. Yeah, also the other thing, as people are putting out in the comment section, there's no, like, the math, the combat math of the game becomes a lot easier because you don't have to do, so, in some situations you would be like, well, so this attack was AP2 plus Rending plus Armor of Contempt, but you're in cover, so it's net 1. And you're like, all right. And just removing one section from that is going to streamline some of the math. You got used to it eventually, but I can especially see a new player coming into the game. They're just like, so I have to remember that actually in some matchups, all my stats are 1 different. Like, that's kind of weird and annoying. So I don't dislike it for that reason. I do think it's going to make a big, it's going to be a big deal to Marine survivability, but obviously Marines are getting huge buffs elsewhere. So I think ultimately Marines come out ahead regardless. All right, we start at the top here. Big aircraft change. Aircraft must start in strategic reserve. So I will say that not all of the rumors that we heard beforehand, but a lot of them have proved to be correct. This is one of them. So aircraft have to be in strategic reserve. If aircraft are more than half your points cost, so they bump up against a strategic reserve restriction, then they still start in strategic reserve, but nothing else in your army can. And then obviously in strategic reserve, an aircraft can jump on the table with deep strike, essentially. It looks like they've changed the rule as well, where aircraft, if they moved off the table, were considered to have moved until the last legal position on the table, and then they could trigger any effects, and then they would be removed. That is no longer the case. So any bombing units are going to be very much more difficult to use, because obviously you don't get them turn 1. Turn 2, they just place on the table. They don't move at all. And then they have to move on for a unit, so you're not getting bombed until turn 3. Which I think is fair. Bombs were too strong in the current version of the rules. And I do think, I like this change to aircraft overall. I think that it's thematic. It makes aircraft operate much differently than anything else in the game. And I think in some cases, this is going to be y'all ready for a hot take here, chat? I think there's going to be some cases where it actually makes aircraft better because it stops people from playing them in very bad ways. Because one of the things I saw people do with aircraft would be like, oh, I can move infinite, and I can get line of sight to whatever I want. So I'm going to put 2 aircraft in your deployment zone. And then they would kill half their points value and lose both aircraft immediately. And you can't do that anymore. Now you have to play them like an intelligent person, and you don't just give them away to your opponent immediately. So there's going to be some situations where people actually start playing aircraft intelligently. Now, the problem is I think that I haven't gone through the whole points document, but I believe that aircraft have gotten points increases, and I don't agree with that. I think that this is certainly a nerf to the alpha strike potential of aircraft. It makes them more of an attrition piece. And with that sort of redesign, I don't believe they deserve any points increases. In fact, a lot of aircraft could go down with this change. So, yeah, I don't know. So I think that Probably overall it makes aircraft significantly worse, but I do think that it is a good change overall. It's a change, like, it's a mechanical change I agree with, but I think the datasheet changes that they end up stacking on top of it are going to be problematic. This is indirect fire, bodyguard abilities. It's all stuff that we know before. That's previous. Is there a change to Hive Tyrants? Hive Tyrants within the range of Guardian Organism. Turbogun within the range of Hive Fleet Termagants. Gain the benefit of the Cursor. Oh, yeah, this is just the normal stuff. So cast Demons. So the original rumors that we had was that Flamer Flames, their gun, would be a weapon that only hits on 4s. That's wrong. It just doesn't automatically hit anymore. Flamers are already Ballistic Seal 3. If you're playing Tzeentch Demons, which, to be fair, is going to be tough because Arcs of Omen is going to make it very difficult, you do have access to the +1 Ballistic Scale buff, and you can get reroll 1s to hit from either Bellicor or a Lord of Change. And also, Bellicor, I guess you don't take him in his Supreme Command anymore, so you're probably not making him the Warlord. But his Warlord trait is full rerolls for a core unit, so he can just point rerolls at a Flamer unit. So I think, and this is something that they point out, I've watched a little bit of their video, and if we want to, we might go through that, do like a little react thing to the announcement video that Games Workshop made for this. It's almost more of a it doesn't dramatically, assuming that you're stacking all of the buffs that you can onto Flamers, it doesn't dramatically change their offensive output. What it does do is make them defensively much worse, because now they don't automatically hit Overwatch attacks, so that you don't run into the situation where Flamers like jump in front of your army, kill a unit, and then if you don't have something to tank Overwatch, something to charge from out of line of sight, or something to get rid of Overwatch, you lose like 2 more units fighting the Flamers, which I think is fair. So I think Flamers being this like trading piece is fine. Now I don't know if Flamers got a... Is this searchable? Let's find out. We'll find out together. Yeah, they didn't get a points increase. They just changed their data sheet. So I actually think that's very fair. Flamers seem great still. I'm not going to say they're like auto-include every time, but they're certainly much more offensive, and if you're playing pure Tzeentch, excuse me, you're just going to take the maximum you can and use the Tzeentch ability, the Tzeentch Warpstorm ability. So that seems okay. So Space Marines are probably the big one. Combat Doctrines, they have reverted to the 8th edition release Combat Doctrine rule, which I have mixed feelings about. We're in a very different metagame than we were in 8th edition, but it was very toxic, and it was very restrictive of what like sub-factions you could play effectively. And I know the design team has sort of stated almost like sort of tacitly that they don't actually care about Space Marine chapters. They care about the Space Marine super faction, which I kind of agree with, but it does restrict, your playable sub-factions, I think, which sucks. So basically, when at the start of your at the start of the battle round, you choose whether to progress your combat doctrine. So instead of it being Devastator progresses to Tactical, you can retain Tactical, then progresses to Assault. It's now Devastator, check again at the start. Do you want to go to Tactical? Third battle round 3, do you want to go to Tactical? If you choose to Tactical, then battle round 4, do you want to go to Assault? Which is it's a huge buff to anything that has a super doctrine that triggers off of heavy weapons. And this is the reason, or one of the many reasons, that Iron Hands, when the Codex, the 8th edition Codex, is sort of the modern version of Space Marines released, Iron Hands were unreasonably overpowered because they had the best heavy weapon super doctrine, and they still have it. Their effects, their abilities haven't changed. So they get reroll 1s to hit, and they get ignore move and shoot penalty for heavy weapons. You still saw that nowadays because they have methodical firepower, so they can, for 1 CP, put a unit back into Devastator Doctrine to get all those benefits. But now, there's just no reason you would ever progress them. You're just going to stay in Devastator the entire time. Your entire army is going to have a Captain reroll, and it's all going to ignore the move and shoot penalty with heavies. The problem when this rule was released is that anything that had Assault Doctrine, Super Doctrines, was like borderline unplayable. because you'd have to wait until at least turn 3 to get that active. And whereas if you were playing into a matchup with Devastators, the Devastator Doctrine chapter would have all of their benefits active from turn 1. So they would get 2 full battle rounds of having Super Doctrines when you were still waiting for yours. Now, things are much different now. I think the melee, the play pattern of the melee subfactions is much stronger than like sort of the stand and shoot, like heavy weapon focus that the Devastator Doctrine armies have. So I don't know if it's as cut and dry as like Devastator Doctrine is broken now, but I do think it's something to keep in mind that if you're considering like a Space Marine chapter to play, Iron Hands are going to be disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The other thing that they got, and I wish they'd named this, it's a little sad that they haven't named this ability. I guess it's just in your detachment ability. So Adeptus Astartes troops from your army, if they're within range of an objective marker, you control. At the end of your command phase, you control it. It remains under your control if no enemy models are in range of it. So as soon as you hold an objective with a troops model, then it locks in, just like if you're playing one of the missions that has locking objectives. And you hold it until your opponent comes and takes it. So even if your guys leave the objective and go do something else, you're still going to hold the objective. Now, it is troops. And we are heading into Arcs of Omen, where troops are no longer compulsory to take your Arcs of Omen detachment. And Space Marine troops are real bad. So I don't know how much this matters. But it could. I don't know. You may still see some incursors and infiltrators get taken in Space Marine armies, and then you can lock like mid-board or sort of aggressive objectives. And that gives you 1 or 2 additional holds over the course of the game. So this one I think we'll have to see because it's only troops units. It's not the most impactful thing we've ever seen, but it is, I don't know, it's a nice quality of life change there. Assault Doctrine is still hard to get to? Yeah, I think that's going to be problematic for the Assault Doctrine chapters. Especially, like, poor Blood Angels, man. Blood Angels lost AOC, and compared to other Space Marine chapters, are less powerful thanks to their doctrines. Hey, we got a kitty cat. I have a cat cam, everybody. We can turn that on. Hi, kitty. I gave her some treats. Are you going to accept my offering? Let's fix that. Reposition that a little bit. There you are. Hello. You're on candid camera. Everybody, this is Inky, for those who haven't noticed. She's been sort of bothering me as I record videos recently, so she makes appearances in many videos. But here she is on stream. Anyway, let's keep going. Drukhari, no core keyword on Talos or Kronos. Dark Technomancers remains borked. Artist of the Flesh remains changed. I think that's everything, right? Nothing new has occurred here. I think I'm going to... I bet I can find the old version of the data slate here, chat. Give me 1 sec. I bet it's still on the... still on the Warhammer community, and I think that we can grab it. Data slate update. Can we download it? Okay, yeah. So we can get the Q4 2022. So we can actually compare these. That's good. Yeah. So Drukhari. It looks like Agile. This change to Agile Hunters has been removed. Okay. That seems pretty small potatoes. Fandangtastic. Thanks for the membership. Appreciate you. That's a good username, by the way. So Craft World. Now, I think Craft World mostly lost debuffs rather than gained anything. Oh, we have Harlequin's changes in here. So here's the old one. Harlequin's, I don't think had any... they did have some changes in the old version. So here's current version. Worsen the invulnerable save of every Harlequin's model by 1. Oh, that was... Oh, no. If Harlequin's model gains an improved invulnerable save by any means, it's also worsened by 1. Yikes. So the 5+ invulnerable save has been changed. That also means solitaires are on a 4+ now? Jesus. Okay. That's brutal. I'm sorry, Harlequins players. Yeah, I'm not sure that we quite needed that change. Luck of the Laughing God remains nerfed. Light Sadith remains nerfed. And Dark Sadith remains sideways changed. And I think those are all the things that we saw. Yeah. Mirror Architect looks like has been returned back to normal. So previously it was select a Sadith core unit within 9. And that has been removed. So Mirror Architect's back to normal, which I think becomes an aura, is the printed version. I don't have the codex in front of me, but I'm sure somebody can tell me in the comment section that I think it is an aura that treats everything within it as 6 inches farther away. So that's actually kind of a huge deal, because now that Light Sadith transport list is much stronger, although the transports themselves are going to be much easier to kill. So it's kind of a side grade. But ultimately, the faction has been significantly debuffed by that. I think that I wish that this had hit infantry, because I think that's like an appropriate change. The fact that it hits every like Starweaver, Skyweaver, Voidweaver, like all of the vehicles that you're trying to keep alive in order to keep your infantry from dying is just wild to me. It's absolutely insane. And you go from being able to I think I've talked about this in the video that I talked about the rumor on. You go from being able to use Luck of the Laughing God to give yourself like a 75% chance to keep your units alive to a significantly worse chance. So that it not only nerfs the survivability of the whole army, but also their interaction with their reroll ability, which is brutal. And I don't know if they got any like sort of reciprocal points value changes. I can't imagine that they did. Is there a Harlequin section? Yeah. Death Jesters. Yeah, the Mirror Architect got unnerfed but went to 60 points. Fuck me. Okay. Yeah, so they got points nerfs instead. That's, I don't know, man. You could, like, Harlequins have been strong for a really long time, and especially in the hands of really good players. But this feels like a dramatic overcorrection. And you could change. You could impact that with secondary objectives, because I think one of the other problems with Harlequins is that their secondary objectives are relatively strong too, and especially being like a maneuver army, they have maneuver style secondaries that really just play into their game plan. So they have this army that's like kind of annoying to kill. I'm not going to say the Harlequins are tanky, but they're obnoxious to kill, which is fine. That's a cool identity for the faction, and they're super fast. And then they also, those played into having their secondary objective selection. So you could just change their secondaries. You could, in fact, treat them as a Craft World sub-faction and give them a single secondary. And then suddenly, like, I don't know. Like, it... who knows? I don't know. It's two hit. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Yeah. Tank and spank that, Harlequins. Yeah, disgusting. Absolutely gross. Yikes. Are Armies of Renown removed? I saw a question in chat. No, they're not removed, but I think a lot of them have been phased out. They've just been dated out, because the content legality guideline stated that January of 2023, a lot of the stuff from the last 2 years was going out of date, which I think is good, honestly. Like, you can do with less Armies of Renown. There's so many like Armies of Renown and sub-faction supplements that just like add additional abilities on top of your faction that you don't really need. All right, Azure Yanni, let's talk about it. So the important thing that I think I've noticed here is that they're nerfed to or their restriction on Fire and Fade has been removed. Yeah, everything else is the same, but their restriction on Fire and Fade is gone. So you can Fire and Fade infinite times now. Brutal. I don't think Azuryani was the faction to buff, but I think that they did get some points nerfs, right? Shroud Runners went down. Okay. Swooping Hawks went up. That's fair. The Webway Gate went up? What? It breaks your fucking sub-faction abilities. What are you doing? Dark Reapers went... Is that a cost increase, chat? Dark Reapers went up? Isn't that like one of the least played models in the game? Oh no, they went down. Just kidding. They went down 15 points. All right, so 5 points a model on Dark Reapers. All right. It's not as bad. So I guess the red just means change. It doesn't mean actually increase or decrease. I wish they would do like red or green or red or blue or something, but whatever, that's fine. I'm glad that we have highlighted changes at all, because that's not something GW's done in the past, and I think it's real good that we're finally seeing that happen. All right, next up, we talked about this stuff. Death Guard, I believe, remained entirely the same. They did. Good job, Death Guard. You're nailing it. Keep on keeping on. Drukhari are here. Harlequins are here. We'll talk about Chaos Space Marines. Second bullet point of the experimental enhancement legion trait for creations of bile. Oh no, COB, why? Each time a model with this trait is destroyed by a melee attack, if it's not fought this phase, roll 1d6 on a 4+, it can fight after the attacking model has finished making its attacks. Not automatic. Oh no. Creations of bile, why? I think that this felt like a change on principle more than a need to nerf Creations of Bile, because Creations of Bile is not a subfaction that is running rampant. They are very strong in extremely specific situations. So they're like a classic gatekeeper list where you win 2 or 3 games and then you hit a gun line that just shoots you off the table and you lose. Because they have no way to interact with the shooting phase. They do nothing. They just hope they tank through it and then come and punch you. But if you play, like, if you're pure melee against Creations of Bile, you'll just die to them. Which I think is a fine place for a subfaction to be. Like, it's a meta consideration. But I think that Games Workshop doesn't, like, they've realized like halfway through the edition, or like 90% of the way through the edition, that they don't like fight on death abilities. And so they nerf them on principle. Whatever. Adeptus Mechanicus. Huge buffs for Adeptus Mechanicus. Core keyword to Cataphront Breachers and Cataphront Destroyers. Sweet. Good stuff. It's weird that they didn't have core before. I think I kind of appreciate the core. Every time core keyword gets changed on a datasheet in a Dataslate update, because it's like this tacit admission that core keyword is like not actually a very good mechanic, because they keep they take it away from things on principle, or like because of fluff reasons, or like to try to create like these sort of tribal subfactions within their or identity based implicit subfactions within an army, and then they end up just giving it back. They're just like, it's fine. It removes every single synergy with the rest of the army if we don't give you this, so you can have it back, I guess. Just like at Necrons, right? They were like, how do we make Necron vehicles playable? They used to be played all the time, and now they're not. It's like, oh, it turns out if you make them untargetable by every single faction ability in the entire army, then they're really bad. So just give them that ability back. I don't like core keyword, chat. I don't know if you could notice. Yeah. So Bionic's ability now reads that models have a 5+ invulnerable save. Now I wonder. Oh, they tell you what datasheets that affects. Oh, that's so cool, chat. I was literally about to go to Wahapedia and search for Bionics. So Skitarii Rangers, Skitarii Vanguard, Cataphront Breachers, Cataphront Destroyers, Servitors, Iron Strider Ballistari, Sidonian Dragoons. Man, Iron Striders, as if Iron Striders needed their stock to go up. They're getting it anyway. So, all right, fair enough. Huge buff to Skitarii Infantry, which I do think, we're just talking about how troops probably see less play. I do think Skitarii Infantry are probably one of the exceptions. because we got like old school enriched rounds back, right? So at least Skitarii Vanguards are just going to be brutal. And then also that unit's significantly harder to kill, so that's very good. Iron Strider Ballistari already going to be amazing. So, Udaptus Mechanicus players, you've suffered long enough at the hands of your ridiculously overpowered unreleased codex, and we're going to give you some abilities back. All right, so Tyranids. Here's the change. Here's where we get. I get unapologetically negative here, chat. Because Tyranids my army. Tyranids is the army I play. I love it very much. And I think I said this on a live stream previously, but in my course of playing modern 40k, because I played back in like 4th edition, took a break, went to school, played War Machine, came back in 8th. So between 8th to now, I've never played in a format where you could not overrun a Hive Tyrant, and you no longer can. And it's such a paradigm shift, and I don't think it's in the right direction. So anyway, these things are all the same. These are not new changes. Yeah, Warlord has to be on the table for your Synaptic Imperatives to trigger. Your Hive Tyrant has to be your Warlord. You can't swap your Adaptive Element. That's fine. The Leviathan nerf sticks around. I think that's all good. I wish that they had just changed it to Synapse or to something. I don't know. I wish they had given Synapse Infantry something, because it's a weird sub-faction ability now, but it's fine. The Reaper Obliter Exchange. Now, these two changes are new. The first one is Overrun. You select one Hive Tendril core unit that made a charge move this turn to move again. So you can no longer overrun, monsters. You can no longer overrun mostly monsters. I guess non-core infantry. There's not too much of that. But you basically you use this on Raveners. Basically, is the one unit, I guess. And I'm not even sure that you're going to be playing Raveners anymore. Kitty's back. So the big thing is that you can't overrun your Hive Tyrant. So as soon as a flying Hive Tyrant, for example, as soon as it commits, it's immediately dead. So if your Hive Tyrant is your Warlord, and the Hive Tyrant... What are you doing? I'm talking about Tyranids, Inky. If the Hive Tyrant is your Warlord, and your Hive Tyrant commits into melee, and then can't move at the end, it will die, and you'll lose all your Synaptic Imperatives. It's already bad that suddenly you can't repeat damage output from the only unit in the entire faction that does damage besides Zoanthropes. But it's also probably your Warlord unless you have multiple Hive Tyrants, which means that you also lose your faction ability as soon as you do anything with it. Absolutely unplayable. Total train wreck of a rule. Yeah, so that's not great. And I think the other thing that I think that does is it sort of forces Tyranids into this pigeonhole of playing ranged Hive Tyrants, which is just it's a very annoying unit. It's just this big gun battery that sits in the back and is uninteractable from your opponent. And I don't like playing them. People don't like playing against them. They're just obnoxious. It's just stupid. This second ability, I think, that one, I understand the need to nerf Tyranids, for sure. I think Tyranids are too strong. I don't agree with the direction that this change came in. But I also understand that something had to change. The next one I don't understand, because this just removes at least one data sheet, basically, from playability. You delete the last sentence of the following ability: Seed Spore Mine, Cyst, and Seed Spores. So this means that units cannot create Spore Mine or Mucilid Spores for free. Reinforcement requirements are required to add such models to the battlefield. So every time, and I believe, unless Spore Mine's points costs have changed, which I can't imagine that they have. Yeah, 20 points a unit and 10 points a model. So every time a Biovore performs the Spore Mine action, you spend probably 20 reinforcement points per Biovore. So if you have a unit of 3 Biovores, you have to every time you want to do that action, you have to bank 60 reinforcement points to do it. Spore Mines were not a unit that were intended for play on the battlefield. They have a ridiculously high points cost for a unit that's garbage. It does nothing. Because the primary application of Spore Mines, and this is the same for Ripper Swarms, is that you generate them over the course of the game for free. They have a data sheet to have a data sheet. They might as well assign a points value to it. But that points value is not intended for play. And as such, It's ridiculously overcosted. A spore mine is worth like 2 points. They moved 3 inches. So the fact that you're paying for 45-point Biovore and then 20 points to use its ability every single turn you want to use its ability is unreasonable. It's absolutely ridiculous. So you'll never see a Spore Assist again. You'll never see a Biovore again. Harpies, I think, are still fine. I don't know if they got a points change. If they went up any additional points, I think that they are... Yeah, their heavy venom cannons went up, so you probably don't see Harpies. I don't think Harpies like had the Spore Mine ability sort of tacked on, so I never felt like a Harpy was like unplayable if it didn't have the ability to spawn mortal wounds. Plus, it can just use the thing to bomb anyway. So I think Harpies are generally still playable. You still have to reserve them and then drop them in, but honestly, I think that's okay. But yeah, the fact that like Biovores and like I don't Spore Assists were only playable in formats that sort of allowed them to be played. Like WTC, we were just talking about this on stream recently, but WTC, for example, you cannot play a Spore Assist full stop. And a lot of formats, if they don't give you special fortification rolls, you're already not going to play a Spore Assist because it can't go within 3 inches of a terrain feature. Biovores will never see play again, which is just unfortunate. Oh well. But anyway. Tyranids are dead. Long live Imperial Guard, I guess. This is I don't know. It feels like the totality of changes to Tyranids, and I guess we'll have to go through their points. I haven't gone through their points too much, but the totality of changes to Tyranids aren't as bad as we were expecting, because there were some rumors that said that like winged Hive Tyrants couldn't be bodyguarded, for example. And that didn't happen, but I don't know if Tyranids are like particularly competitive anymore. They've I don't know. I'm no longer excited to play Tyranids, which is awkward because that was the only faction that I enjoyed playing. Adeptus Sororitas, I don't believe saw any changes. Just the Miracle Dice thing. They lost Armor of Contempt, obviously, which is a huge nerf. But honestly, was it? Like your Zephyrum dies slightly faster. Oh yeah, we've reverted all of the sub-faction abilities that stacked with Armor of Contempt. So I guess you can now reroll wounds against Valorous Heart? I think is that a nerf to Salamanders? That does feel worse. Because Valorous Heart, the printing was just ignore AP1, right? It wasn't actual Armor of Contempt, and it's the same for Salamanders. But now you can reroll against Salamanders. Poor Salamanders. Didn't deserve that. Necrons still have the change to command protocols. Core keyword to a bunch of stuff. Locust destroyers, heavy destroyers, opinion destroyers, scorpion destroyers, all that stuff. Every vehicle, excluding characters. We all need that stuff. And then this is the change that we talked about yesterday on a video. Thanks to that absolute garbage fire of a Warhammer TV battle report. But if you didn't select Vassal Kingdom, so the sub-faction ability where you just copy someone else's sub-faction ability, which doesn't, like, as a side note, remove those from the game. They just can create confusion and add additional text that isn't necessary. You can just play the sub-faction if you want to. Or Eternal Conquerors, then if you have one of those two, you don't get a Circumstance of Awakening. This is another change, and I really don't like some of these nerfs because they, instead of trying to rework things that are overpowered, they just remove them. Like, they remove them from the game. And in this case, Eternal Conquerors is no longer playable. And not even from the standpoint that it's like, oh, it's not powerful enough because you don't get a Circumstance of Awakening. There is no reason to ever play Eternal Conquerors because you can play Kneelock. So why? Why does it do that? I don't know. I think I would rather have seen a change to Relentlessly Expansionist than I would have to Circumstance of Awakening, or to the Eternal Conquerors combo. But it's, I don't know. Like, just instead of adding it to this weird thing, just remove it from the game. The effect is that it's gone from the game. Why wouldn't you just do that? It's frustrating. It feels short-sighted to me. I don't know, chat. Yeah, chat. We're on the same page. it's like did they not know that Eternal Conquerors existed elsewhere in the Codex? Like, was it like that like stupid? I don't get it. I don't understand this change. It's very dumb. I'm not even sure I agree with taking away the combo entirely, because Necrons, I wonder, did they talk about stats in their recent Metawatch? Because Necrons are not this like unstoppable force. There are some people in the community who say that like Necrons should I win every game or whatever, and those people are just wrong. No, this is all changes and stuff. So like Necrons are whatever. They're like a pretty mid-tier, sort of above average faction. They're annoying to play against because of their ability to score, but we already saw that they're nerfing some of their secondary objectives. It doesn't make sense to me that they would also nerf their sub-faction ability. It might be that because Necrons are kind of a mono faction right now, where you only ever play that sub-faction combo, then they wanted to get rid of it, so you played something else. But like, make those more attractive. Don't remove the thing that you don't like from the game. I don't know. This feels like such a nerf to Necrons. It was totally unnecessary. All right. Adeptus Custodes. This is a big one. Adeptus Custodes infantry units and Anathema Psychona units in Adeptus Custodes detachment gain objectives secured. That's just the original. That's just the original OBSEC ability, right? Oh, I don't have the codex on me. What is this change, chat? Because that was already the ability, right? I'm sure somebody can correct me. So, Sisters of Silence troops and every core unit in a Custodian detachment gets an OBSEC. Which is... That was how it was on printing, right? So I don't know if this needs to be a change. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Bikes didn't have it, right? Oh, it's core. Oh, I totally missed that, chat. I'm sorry. You're right. It's core. That's the change. Oh my god. I feel dumb. This is what I get for not reading through all these beforehand. Yeah, it's core. Okay. So we give it to... in addition to troops who already had it, we give it to wardens. We give it to Venatari. We give it to all the Terminators. And yeah, that's mostly it, right? We might see... Do we see like the individual Alaris Custodians come back? Like the 3x1 Alaris Custodians who just like come in and teleport in on your objectives and like try to make 9-inch charges out of Deep Strike to steal them away? Probably. I really like this change, actually. The more I think about it. Adeptus Custodes went from having the most OBSEC in the game to being unplayable on OBSEC. But the issue was that their characters had OBSEC on printing. So they could have like a bunch of anything on an objective, and you would have one character who would tow the back of the objective, who would be untargetable thanks to Lookout Sir, or Bodyguard. And then if you couldn't scalp the character out, if you didn't have objective secured and outnumber them, which is tough because everything counts as double models, then they would just hold the objective infinitely. And this is a good change. This feels like a change where they skirt that issue. They don't give it to the characters, but they give them the breadth of OBSEC that they used to have back. And I think that's super going to help. Plus, if Custodes, and I think Custodes are looking like they're probably going to be kind of a powerhouse moving into the new meta, you might value your own troops more highly, despite the fact that you don't have to take them. If Custodes are really strong, and if they have basically this almost full army OBSEC, you need to bring your own OBSEC to fight them. And if you don't have it, then it's going to be brutal. And if you don't have like OBSEC granting abilities like Rights of War, you're going to need to take troops to play in that matchup. So I think that actually has knock-on effects beyond what that change implies. Very cool. I'm into it. All right. The other changes were reversed changes. Arcane Genetic Alchemy and Emperor's Auspice was already changed to be infantry only, so that's not new. But Esteemed Amalgam, Emperor's Auspice, and Martial Discretion. Esteemed Amalgam was the Emperor's chosen stratagem to flip your sub-faction ability. Emperor's Auspice was no rerolls. Martial Discretion, I think, flipped your kata. Is that right? Got it only once per game. That's been removed. So you can now... You're back to using Emperor's Auspice all the time, but only infantry, not against bikers. Huge changes for Adeptus Custodes. Every time we do a Tactical Tuesday, there's like 2 people in chat who are like, hey man, what about Adeptus Custodes? Anything happen with Adeptus Custodes this week? And we're always like, no, they got like 1x1. So sometimes it'd be like, well, there's like 2 or 3. This is now. Now is your time. Now you get to come in and be like, somebody get in here. Be like, oh, what about Adeptus Custodes? And we'll be like, bro, let me tell you, man. Friggin' Venatari of OBSEC. Alaris Custodians of OBSEC back. Let's go. Orcs, I don't believe change at all. I don't think there's anything different there, right? Yeah, this is identical. Good job, orcs. Orcs are in a pretty reasonable state, I think. They're not overpowered, but they certainly have game. And there are some matchups like where they just kind of dominate. You play like commando spam Death Skulls orcs, and sometimes you just go first and your opponent has no chance to win. You're just like, I'm on every objective. You do whatever you want. I'm gonna OBSEC every objective every turn because of full army OBSEC. Let's go. Let's see. Tau Empire. Did they have... Are we seeing any changes here? No. It's identical. All right. I think Tau... The nerfs to Tau were to their points values. I don't think that anything really changed for their faction, their abilities. So, on the whole, I think this is... Yeah, we lost a full page of Dataslate. I think mostly because of this Armor of Contempt change. It kind of cleaned things up a little bit. Obviously, pretty upset about these Tyranid changes. Throwing my Tyranids in a huge dumpster fire, unfortunately. Goodbye, Tyranids. R.I.P. And I'm kind of upset about the Necron nerfs. Like, I don't... It's just stupid. It's just a stupid nerf. They went through like a... They definitely... There was a list of changes that they could have made. And they just picked the worst one. Like, you could have changed the effect of Eternal Conquerors. You could have changed Relentlessly Expansionist. You could have changed any of the other sub-factions to make them more attractive. And they were just like, no, we'll just remove Eternal Conquerors for the game. You could have also, if they had just said, remove Eternal Conquerors from the game, that would have been a better change than what they did. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Broadside no longer core? Yeah, that's been the case for like a year. That's been the case for ages. Broadsides should not have been core on release, to be fair. As much as I don't like the core keyword, I don't know. Broadsides were too efficient, I think, to get all of the buffs. All right. Is it time to move to Tau get buffed because of Armor of Contempt? I guess that's a good call. They have a lot of AP1. They have also a lot of AP0, though, so I don't know if Tau got buffed like as much as you think. I mean, every faction that didn't have Armor of Contempt gets buffed by the removal of Armor of Contempt. Some more than others, but Tau, I guess, like, gets a little bit. All right. Let's talk about some points. I'm just going to run through the document real quick. That's what we're going to do. So Space Marines. Yeah, so it looks like the rumors are mostly true that upgrades are free for the most part. Looks like we have very few upgrades listed. We do have some on company veterans. Vanguard veterans have a little bit. Really, the real question I have is, like... tacticals? Hey, free upgrades on tacticals, bro. That's what I was hoping to see. Very nice. Love it. So you get the comparison between tacticals and intercessors. I think honestly, you could have dropped intercessors farther. Make intercessors cheaper than tacticals because tacticals just get like multi-meltas for free. I don't know if you'd ever take intercessors now. I don't know. Whatever. So it looks like a lot of the characters got dropped. Phobos captain, 85 points. Very nice. I think he was previously 100, right? Now the Thunderhammers have a changed points value. Is that because... What was their original points value? Did they go down? Yeah, so Thunderhammers, every other upgrade is free besides jump packs, and if that matters. And Thunderhammers went from 20 down to 10. So not only did... So the captain stayed the same, but his Storm Shield is free. If he's going to take a Storm Shield, or if he takes like a combi weapon, it's also free, right? Unless there's like a weapon, an equipment list here. There's not, yeah. So whatever secondary weapon he was taking was probably 10 points is now free, and the Thunderhammer went down by 10, so that's free. And if he's bringing any other combo, it's free as well. So he probably dropped 20 points. So I think that's mostly what we're going to be seeing across the board here. Thunderhammer on a Terminator captain's only 105 for that guy. Yeah, it looks like every mon across the board. Reaver Lieutenant, 65 points. Solid. It's good for a Terror Troops caddy. Very nice. And then the troops and the infantry, I think, is where the real savings would come out. So Assault Intercessors, they go down by 1. Heavy Intercessors went down by 5. Damn, okay. I still don't think you ever play them, but sure. Incursors down to 18. Infiltrators down to 20. Intercessors, 18. Garbage. I don't know if you'd ever play Intercessors. Looking at the rest of this, Intercessors are the same cost as Incursor Squad. Their like weapons are slightly better, but you lose forward deploy and smoke screen and the ignore cover. Like, the comparison's so bad. Intercessors should have been like 16, 17 points, definitely. And then Tacticals remain the same as 18, but all of their weapons are free. So a standard 5-model Tactical Squad gets like a free combi Melta or a combi Plasma or something on the Sergeant. Where's the Tactical Friends? Man, that's 60. I played on a... I don't know if it made it to the... it definitely did make it to the replay channel. I played as a meme a couple games with a 60 Tactical Marine battalion list. And that list drops probably 200 points on upgrades. Just on this alone, I think. I had like double Meltas and a combi Melta, and I think that is alone 40 points. So you drop 240 on just the tactical squads. Wild. Yeah, so the sergeant can have a combi weapon. And then in a 5 model, you get a free heavy weapon or special weapon. At 10 models, you get an additional free special weapon. Oh, additional, you get both actually, but I think you're gonna take MSU. So you could get 2 heavy weapons and 3 special weapons on a 10er, or 1 heavy weapon and 1 special weapon on a 5. Because the sergeant gets a special weapon, and then 1 guy gets a heavy. Is that right? 2 heavies. No, it's 2 heavies, 2 specials. Yeah, it's 2 heavies and 2 specials on a 10-man. So you're probably just gonna take 5s for the maximum savings. Plus you get to take like lightning claws or power fists or something on the tactical sergeant. Man, tactical marines are BA. Oh my god. That's disgusting. Heavy Intercessor's good for Iron Hands now. Stay in Devastator Doctrine, run them with Hellstorm, Heavy Bolters. Hellstorm have... Oh, the Heavy Bolter. I mean... But you pay... Like, so for all that, right? You pay 205 or 105 points, right? 115 points for one Heavy Bolter and four... They have it's Executor Bolters, right? It's been so long since I did my Heavy Intercessor like datasheet deep dive. I don't remember what all of the special names of their special weapons are. Yeah, so Executor Bolt Rifles. They get the AP3 Bolt Rifle. Plus you get one Heavy Bolter. So you basically... It's extra damage, but you basically net like 6 heavy weapons in the unit. And like 6 heavy shots, basically. Hitting on 3s, reeling 1s, ignoring the penalty. I'm not even sure that that's particularly good value. For 90 points, so for 25 points less, you get 5 shots with a similar profile from a regular Intercessor squad. So is that extra shot and extra pip of damage worth 25 points? Probably not for a troops unit. It feels like it might be a 0 to 1. It definitely feels better than paying out the nose for them, because you were at like 150 for 5 guys with a Heavy Bolter on the previous one, the previous version, and now you're 115 for a unit that's just going to sit in the back and do nothing. But I'm not sure if... I guess the resilience is worth the extra points. So maybe 1 with like Heavy Bolters is fine, just to sit on your back line. But I don't know if I would like spam them. They're definitely more attractive than they were, for sure. But these tactical squads, man, for 90 points, you get like 3 Melta shots. That's 3 Melta shots on an OBSEC unit. That is some freaking value. I bet the damage output between a tactical squad and a heavy intercessor squad is similar, but a tactical squad is 25 points less. Shooting at vehicles specifically. Obviously against like T5 enemies, you want the big heavy butt rifles, but those tacticals are gonna be sweet. What is a heavy Thunderhammer? It's I think it's D6 damage. It's the Deathwatch, the special Deathwatch Thunderhammer. Aggressor squads down to 30 points. Did they have to pay for their upgrade previously? Yeah, to take their the Bolt Storm build, they had to pay an extra 5. So a Bolt Storm aggressor went down 15 points per model. Literally a 50% decrease, or like 33%, I guess. That's wild. Centurion Assault Squad. I think that someone said the Centurions increased. Is that the case? Centurion devs went up to 70, but you get a free Hurricane Bolter now, or I guess you also probably just took the missile launcher. And you get all your weapons for free. So you can take 2 las cannons for 70 instead of 85, which is what it used to be. The Devastator squad, or this Assault squad, excuse me, can take the Meltas for free. So if you don't want to take Flamers, you get the big gun for free. Or yeah, Centurion Assault squad. And you get your Hurricane Bolters for free, which you almost always took. The Assault launcher is not great. So that you were paying 55 already? Yeah, you're paying 65 for a Hurricane Bolter version, 75 if you took Meltaguns, and now you pay 55 for that. Centurion Assault Squads seem lit. That's a value right there, especially since if you're playing Salamanders, which you want to already, you can stay Tactical Doctrine for the entire game. So the fact that they're AP 4 in melee, they do not need Assault Doctrine, especially since you're not punching Armor of Contempt. So 90% of the time, if you hit a Marine, they just die. You don't need the extra AP to get through Armor of Contempt. So you can stay in Tactical Doctrine all game. All your guns are +1 AP, which matters because it's not getting reduced by AOC. and it's AP1 ignore cover, which is like actually super duper good.
Thanks.
You put a Marine to a 4+ like across the board.
To be S tier after all this.
Oh, JCM Shirtliff, thanks for the $20 super chat. Hot damn, dude. Appreciate you. Custodes Guard Votan are gonna be S tier after this. Man, these Marines though. It does feel like an armored boy meta game now. It's a chunky boy meta, where it's, Marines. Guard, I think they've sort of remained unnerfed, right? There's no Kazarkin change in this. I guess we haven't gotten the Codex FAQ, so they may just get hit by the FAQ. But Guard, assuming that no points values have changed, Guard seem incredible. I do think a lot of people were saying Tau is going to be strong. I think that also is the case. Basically, if you have a big broad dude, it seems like they're going to be solid. Wasn't Armor of Contempt a way to make Marines more tanky with it gone? How will they survive? Well, they have like 30% more models on the table, so let me tell you. Also, they're just gonna kill you. You're just gonna murder them. If nobody but Votan has AOC, and all their stuff can stay in Doctrine as long as they want, you're gonna kill them. So anyway, Centurion seemed great. Blade Guard Veteran stayed the same. Invictor Warsuit's down. Bike Squad stayed the same, but their multi-melta. The multi-melta attack bike went down. Attack bike stayed the same. That's fair. Relic Terminators 3 points a model. It's another unit that benefits dramatically from AOC getting removed. Although, obviously, Terminators like to have it, but if they have a bunch of AP1 shooting, Relic Terminators actually do they're kind of sweet at shooting guns. Scout Squad's down to 12, but they didn't move data. That was another rumor that we saw go around, but didn't end up materializing. That Scouts are going to get moved back to troops. Servitors remain the same. Didn't get the Adeptus Mechanicus buff either. That's funny. Although you don't want to make them too cheap. Veteran Intercessors down to 20. Invader ATVs dropped in again, and they get a free multi-melt also. Land Speeders, Tornadoes, and Typhoons. They all stay the same, but they got free weapons, so they actually basically got a 10-point cut. Outriders down to 35. And all of this Storm Speeders down, what is that, 15? So multi-meltas in a Devastator squad went down, now cost 10. Oh, but Devastators themselves went up. So if a multi-melta Devastator squad is 155, I like that actually. I was a little worried that they would just cut the points, the upgrade section for Devastators. I'm glad that they went up in cost. They have basically the cost of their heavy bolter like baked in now. But that means that you'll never take heavy bolters on them. You'll always take grav cannons, probably. And 115 for a grav unit seems so solid in Iron Hands. Oh my god. That's delicious right there. Jaime Paris style Spacewell successors, all small squads with Fists and Melta is gonna be strong. I think so for sure. I don't even know if you go like Spacewell successor. I honestly, like, Salamanders got destroyed on their chapter tactic. Their chapter tactic sucks now, but you get the floating reroll, the wound reroll, and you get +1 to wound on multi-meltas and flamers, which you can stay in all game. You can stay in the Doctrine 4 all game. That was the real problem with Salamanders, is that like if you just waited out Salamanders, and you held them up until like, you know, bottom of 3 or whatever, they would have to progress into Assault Doctrine, and then all of their +1 to wound would turn off. So if they were building for flamers, their flamers would just like run out of juice halfway through the game. the little flame on the end, the pilot light, like it just fizzles out. They're like, no, why won't you work? I'm strength 4, AP 0, no bonus to wound. But now they're AP 1. There's no AOC to get around to AP 1, and they get +1 to wound the entire game. Ugh. Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. Inky's back. Hellblaster's got a cut. A lot of the vehicles didn't get cut. Repulsor goes down to 220. Man, maybe that's playable. I don't know. Repulsors don't seem that great. 220, I guess it is, right? It's like almost a land fortress, but not quite. Although all of its weapons are 1 damage instead of 2, so it's still dramatically worse, I think. All right, cool. Let's keep going. We'll keep diving in. Blood Angels got, let's see. So Death Company Marines are at 20 right now. Where's a Death Company Marine beforehand? So they're 23 with a jump pack, 33 with a jump pack Thunderhammer, which is what you brought a lot of times. Previously they were 18, 21 with a jump pack, 36 with a Thunderhammer. So they went down 3. I do think that Blood Angels are going to get hurt a lot because the comparison between them and they're for sure going to lose. They're going to lose one of their secondaries because they're all the sub-factions are going down to a single secondary. So I don't know if they keep Fury of the Lost, which is going to be huge. Losing Armor of Contempt on Sanguinary Guard is huge, especially since it doesn't look like Sanguinary Guard got a cut. Although they get their Inferno Pistols for free, so that's like a buff. And then they also, like, if you compare them to other Space Marine chapters, they don't look quite as good anymore. Not that that's like a power level increase, but it does make you less want to play them. But at least their Death Company Marines went down like 2 points. Dark Angels. Mostly just free upgrades, I think. So like a Deathwing Command stayed the same at 35, but I guess plays the Thunderhammer Storm Shield for free. Sorry, I'm being attacked by a cat again. Apologies, everyone. Yeah, so their Thunderhammer, their Storm Shield was free, but their Thunderhammer was 10. So they basically got a 10-point cut. That's a big deal. There she is. Hello. Say hello to chat, Inky. Hello, chat. Inky, what are your thoughts on the removal of Armor of Contempt and its effect on the Warhammer 40,000 metagame? Oh, I see why you're mad. You ate all the treats I gave you. That's fair. Now, Deathwatch was the other sub-faction that everyone was a little bit worried about being super brutal. Now, they lost their Army of Renown, but that's probably fine. Deathwatch Veterans went up to 27 a model. Okay, that's fair. What were they previously? They're 27 a model, but you're going to take Storm Shields on everyone again now, right? So they basically just like baked in the cost of your Storm Shield on the unit.
Am I blind? I didn't see specifically where Ayok was removed on the Dataslate.
Phantom 1249, thank you for the super chat. AOC, it's removed because AOC was a Dataslate entry. AOC isn't on anyone's datasheet. It was a section here. And actually, we can see it in... This is the old version. This is the Q4 2022 version. It has this Armor of Contempt rule that no longer exists in the 2023 version. So it's not that there was like a... There is a rule that removes Armor of Contempt. It's that Armor of Contempt was a section of the datasheet that's no longer there. Yeah. It is a little bit annoying because they don't call out stuff that gets removed, which is why we've been having to go back and forth between the between the old version of the Dataslate and the new one, but I mean, it is what it is. It's just how it's working. So the Deathwatch veterans originally were 20 in the previous version. The Black Shield was more, but it looks like Black Shield is just the same cost as the rest of the unit now. And their Storm Shield was 5. So they went from being 25 with a Storm Shield to being 27. And if you take an upgraded gun, that was 3, yeah? Yeah, so basically they they essentially costed the cost of a Stormbolter, and literally it's just the unit is the same, but pays 1. They it just assumed you would take a Thunderhammer or a Storm Shield and a Stormbolter. But everyone can replace their gun and sword with any 2 items from the equipment list. The only one that costs more are Thunderhammers and Heavy Thunderhammers. So you could play Storm Shield gun. You could also just play melee dudes, just a bunch of melee dudes with everybody with Power Fists or whatever. Yeah, you get Power Fists for free. Lightning Claws you get for free. Nice. Good stuff. Cool. Alright, that's exciting. Characters continue to go down for the other stuff. Ironfather Fiero's down. No buffs to poor Ironfather Fiero's. That guy's so worthless right now. Maybe he's better, and now that Iron Hands is stronger, but I don't know. He might still just take successors. Did we? We're still at 17 points mana for Tyrannic War veterans, less than a Tactical Marine. And interestingly, do Tyrannic War veterans get any? This is always my favorite because this unit has never been touched. I think since release, they've never had their points value changed. Where's that data slate? The data sheet. And they have been traditionally more efficient than a Tactical Marine body. For an additional attack, they've always been cheaper. I guess they only have special issue bolt guns, so they don't get anything for free. So they are actually now worse than Tactical Marines, despite the fact that they're cheaper. But given the fact that you don't need Tactical Marines anymore, I think peeking into those specialist units definitely makes a lot more sense. They raised the cost of Devastators because all their heavy weapons are free, chat. We just talked about it. So they basically baked in the cost of a heavy bolter into their points value. The sergeant is they just assumed that he has an Armorium Cherub, and the unit they just assumed has a heavy weapon. And then you can take any heavy weapon for that points cost, which I think is very good. The next step is going to be to try to do some work, probably to equalize the power level of heavy weapons. But I believe in it. I think they'll get there. Wolfguard Terminators are 34. And the Terminator pack leader gets access to a Cyclone, right? So are Space Wolves just gonna spam little idiots with free Cyclone missile launchers on them? I'm just gonna double check that. So if we look at Blood Claws, they can add a Terminator pack leader. So he nets he's 1 point more expensive. Oh, but it doesn't look like he gets access to the Cyclone missile launcher. Maybe that was I'd be thinking of old Codex champ. He does get combi weapons. Yeah, I don't think they can take Cyclones anymore. That was old. Cool. Thunderwolf Cavalry, get free upgrades. 5 points per model for a Power Fist on Thunderwolf Cavalry is interesting. Really want to reduce the amount of 2 damage they have, I guess. But 35 points per model. I've always been like poo-pooed Thunderwolf Cavalry, but you just get like a 4-wound idiot with a advancing charge and a storm shield for 35 points. Like that's a real good data sheet now. That guy's solid. We're at Thunderwolf Cavalry. Yeah, so 35 points. You get a Storm Shield. So he's 4 wounds, T5, the 2+, 4+. And you get a Lightning Claw for free. So he's got 3 attacks from the mount at Strength 5 AP2, and then 3 attacks from the dude on top at Strength 4 AP2 rerolling. That probably seems like the best case scenario. Seems real strong. That's like 35 points a model is like it's like almost Vanguard veteran points, but you have double the wounds and a billion of dex. I like it. That's pretty good. Any points upgrade not listed is free. That's correct, chap. That's how in 9th edition, that's how points readouts work. Nice. All right. Moving on, out of Space Marines, we'll get some Sanctic Astartes. Looks like rumors are true. All of the characters down a couple points. Brotherhood Terminators. Yeah, again, all the heavy weapons free. 35 points for the Terminators, and they get 2 heavy weapons in the unit, right? So you get 2 side cannons. Otherwise, not as much as I was expecting, honestly. Strike Squad down to 20 with free heavies, so you get the side cannon for free. Interceptor Squad at 24. What were they at before? They were 26, so they went down 2 ppm, but they didn't. And I guess they get like they could take a special weapon, but they're all melee. You don't usually want to do that. The Strike Marines like having a side cannon a little bit better. So ultimately, you're probably losing. You're paying like 20 points less for a Strike Squad if you're assuming that the cost of the special weapon is free. But the special weapon is a side grid because you trade your regular gun for it. Looks like Repentia up for Sororitas. Exorcist down, right? Yeah, they were 130, so they went down 10. Mortifiers down 5. That's interesting. I imagine these are all down 5 to 10 on the vehicles. Yeah. But no changes to Zephyrim. Is that right? Am I missing that? Fast attack. No changes to Zephyrim. No changes to Retributors. Still have to pay for their heavy weapons. Get wrecked. So I think I certainly hit hard, but not hit as hard as I think we were expecting. Because the rumors were that all of those went up by 2 points. But instead, a standard Sisters list probably goes up. You know, I don't know. You take, they'd get to go up 2, right? They were 14 before. Yeah, they were 14 before, and you probably had like 20 of them. So you went up like 40 points. Which is, I mean, certainly a nerf, but I think you can survive. Adeptus Custards. Prosecutors, is that down a point for Prosecutors? Yeah, all right. 55 points a unit for Prosecutors. But again, it's armor, it's Arcs of Omen, so you don't want to take troops if you don't have to, probably. So you're less incentivized to take Prosecutors, but 55 points a unit for that is like whatever. Seems fine. Looks like all the Sisters of Silence stuff went down. Vigilators down is good. That data sheet was wild. The question of why it exists. But Adeptus Custodes didn't get that many points cuts, but obviously their abilities are significantly stronger. Standard list for sisters goes up 70 points. Does it? I'm not missing any other changes, right? You like can't even take enough Sisters Repentia for your list to go up 70 points. Astromel Charm, no changes. Looks like. Yeah, nothing. That's surprising. Adeptus Mechanicus, big cuts. Looks like special weapons down. And importantly, also, you're not playing Army of Renown anymore because that's getting phased out. So you are not paying the additional 2 points for this Guitari. Not that that's like super exciting because you also don't get the additional abilities, but it does mean that you have to pay 2 less points for that per unit. So a big brick at 20 is only 180 for those guys. Sicarian's down, which is sick. And those just have a built-in 5-up, right, chat? They don't get the benefit of the new Bionics rule. Yeah, because they have enhanced Bionics. It is funny that enhanced Bionics and regular Bionics is the same effect now. Whatever. Doesn't really make a difference. Let's see. Iron Strider Ballistari are the same. Sidonian Dragoons, the same. So mostly just the elite stuff got cut. No changes to Imperial Knights, to be expected. No changes to Inquisition is interesting. I think it's going to be tougher to fit Inquisitors and Imperial Agents into your army, because I talked about it in this video earlier today. It looks like if you take an auxiliary support to bring in an Imperial Agent, you actually have to pay CP for it. So you get 1 in your Arcs of Omen detachment, thanks to the Agents of the Imperium. And then if you want any more, you're taking like a patrol, I guess, but you can't take a patrol. They have no troops. So like, maybe you could play. I guess you can't use breachers to fill compulsory slots, right? So yeah, I don't think you can build a patrol. Yeah, so you're stuck to 1, I believe, unless you want to pay CP, which is awkward. Chaos Space Marines, Abaddon up 50. That was the rumor. Chaos Terminator's up. Mark of Slaanesh went up. That's fair. Mark of Slaanesh real strong. I think honestly, Mark of Slaanesh feels to me better because of the Delightful Agonies more so than the actual effect. The always strikes first. Delightful Agonies always felt like such a. But maybe because I did a lot of mortal wound damage, so capping 30% of that away was like pretty brutal. But it always felt pretty intense. But again, losing Armor of Contempt, like, it doesn't feel to me, and especially since like COB got nerfed, it doesn't feel to me like Emperors or like Chaos Space Marines needed any changes. Although there are no changes to Noise Marines, so I think Emperor's Children lists are still around. It's going to be more difficult to fit Abaddon in, I believe. We'll probably have to see the full rules for Arcs of Omen before we make that determination, but going up I guess 50 points plus the Terminator squad. They went up 3, right? So you go up, I guess that is kind of, you go up 80. So you do lose a 1 Noise Marine unit, which is a big deal. All right, I'll buy it. But you lose AOC, though, so those Noise Marines are really easy to kill. So actually, it does feel kind of brutal for Chaos Space Marines, especially since Chaos Space Marines had some very good, very narrow builds, but I don't think they were like really tearing things up. I think Defilers went down, right? People were saying, but it doesn't really matter. Death Guard. I like these. I just like these war gear changes for like Predators. I don't think that's gonna change the playability of Predators significantly. A quad las cannon predator and islander still costs you like 155 points and shoots like exactly one model to death. Yeah, whatever. So it looks like all the characters down. Chaos Bond down 2. Plague Marines down 2. It's no longer a multiple of 7 though, so the meme number went away. That's sad. Okay, cool. Wonder if there'll be an errata in the Awubuk for allies. I do think so. Or there will be sections that we're just missing. I wouldn't be shocked about that. Thousand Suns. We changed to Zangor Shamans, but I don't know what that... Were they 55 each and they went up 4? Or they went up 5? I clicked on the Zangor datasheet like an idiot. Oh, they were 70. They went down 10, actually. That's interesting, because Zangor Shamans were actually pretty widely played. Oftentimes you saw them as the Warlord, too. For a hot minute there, so they could do psychic actions. World Eaters, no changes, because they're not even out yet, really. Chaos Demons. Indomitable Onslaught went up. That's fair. I'm interested to see where Chaos Demons end up. Fleshhounds went down to 15. What were Fleshhounds before? But that Bloodthirster, like, you still play the Bloodthirster, you just pay more for it. Oh, they went down 4. Oh, damn. Okay. And the Skull Cannon went down. They were 100 for Skull Cannon, is that right? Yeah, so the Skull Cannon went down 10, Fleshhound's down 4. But if you're playing pure Khorne, you probably lose that in the Indomitable Onslaught going up. Which went up to... It was 35, I want to say. It was 40. Oh, it only went up 10, actually. So you net down pretty hard as Khorne Chaos. And I do think Demons probably didn't, like... I don't know if they deserved points breaks, but there were a lot of units that, like, the internal balance was terrible, and Demons are going to get a huge nerf in Arcs of Omen. And it feels to me like this is sort of taking that into account, because taking multiple detachments was kind of core to how Demons operated, so that you could use your base Warp Storm abilities and then have one detachment that unlocked at least one set of additional Warp Storm abilities. And now they can't do that, and they also have very few ways to spend command points pre-game. So oftentimes you're going to be left with this like glut of command points with nothing to use it on. So I think as a whole, Demons were probably going to end up less powerful than they did, but they get some points breaks for it, so that's kind of nice. Lord of Change. Yeah? You have some real cogent thoughts about the power level of Lords of Change, Inky? Lords of Change went up 10. That's interesting. I don't know if that was the unit that needed to go up. Screamers went down 5, which is good. That unit's hot dark Garbo. Pink Horrors went down. Yeah, these are mostly stuff that we saw get spoiled. Plague Bearers are down, right? I wish they would note that they went down or up. Lost my place. Oh yeah, they were 10. Wow, they went down 20. 2 points a model. That's a big deal. Really trying to make those guys better. I think 130 feels a lot better for them. 15 points a model for those guys is a lot for this big slow idiot. But 13 points a model is very good. So huge points cuts, especially across the infantry and the unplayed graders. And the most played graders went up 10. Bloodthirster didn't change, but Indomitable Onslaught did. I think that's the correct way to go. That was definitely the ability that needed to get hit. No changes to Chaos Knights. Some minor changes to Eldari. think we saw we discussed this earlier. I think slightly up, down Shroud Runners, up Swooping Hawks are the ones that are going to be a big deal. Down Dark Reapers, but whatever. And is that up on Farseers? Yeah, up 10 on Farseers. Seems fine. Farseers are probably in contention. They've always been one of the best HQs in the game. I think that has continued for sure. Oh, Arachniel went down? Yeah, I missed that. How do you look at the old Dataslate? It's just on the Warhammer community. You can still look at it. You just gotta go find the Metawatch article. They link it. It's a little annoying because they don't put it in the download section, but it's just still the link is chilling there. Harlequins, we talked about the changes earlier. Drukhari, looks like we're down on Witches, Rex, Beastmasters. Okay. Leagues of Votann. Up on Call. That's fair. Yeah, up on the characters. Up on Hearthkin Warriors. Down on Brokir Thunderkin. Up on Land Fortress again. This a 70-point increase is already pretty high. I mean, it was justified though. I think an 80-point increase is a lot. Chthonian Berserks, were they 35? Did they go down? There's no way they put Berserks up, right? Oh my god, they did. They went up 3 points. Why Berserks? I'm gonna, after having played many games against Leagues of Votann now, I'm gonna say Chthonian Berserks are probably the least abusive unit in the entire army. They're like a very good melee unit, but are they a 33 points per model plus weapon good melee unit that probably needs like other support to get workout done? No, I don't think so. They're super slow. Like their transports aren't the greatest ever. Their transports are also where their damage is coming from, so you don't want to just like, they don't have dedicated transports that you can just jam, which is what a unit like this really wants to have. You want to be in this, throw your opponent in the situation where you put them like a rhino up in the middle, you have them kill the rhino, the guys get out, and then they have to charge your guys, and then your guys fight on death, and like that's what you want to be doing. But unlike every faction that has these fight on death units, Chthonian Berserks go into Sagittors, and Sagittors have all your guns on it and cost 140 points a model. So I don't understand a nerf to Chthonian Berserks. Let's just throw that unit in the garbage. But and also I don't know if we see Hearthkin Warriors so much anymore, so that change doesn't feel as impactful. It's nice that Brokir Thunderkin went down, but I almost would have liked to have seen, instead of Land Fortress go up, keep Land Fortress the same, up Sagittor, keep Hearthkin Warriors the same, keep Chthonian Berserks the same, maybe up Pioneers. I don't know. It feels like they hit all the wrong units. Honestly, they're like, get wrecked, Leagues of Votann. We're gonna change a bunch of random idiots in your team. Yeah, Berserks being the same points cost as a Thunderhammer Stormshield Terminator. Or more expensive, right? What is the... Oh no, they're 3 damage weapons the same. It's free upgrade. It's just if they take their 2 fists that they have to pay points for. What are the 2 fists do? Oh, you get +1 attack for a AP 2 damage. So it's either the Thunderhammer equivalent, the Plasma Axe, or you get +1 attack, +2 strength, basically, if you pay 5 points to get the Concussion Gauntlet. But you just always take them all, basically, and then you just pay the CP to full reroll on them, right? So it's whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I think Votann are like still sort of problematic, but I think Votann's problems rely in their abilities, not in their points values. I think you get Votann to a point where they just become unplayable. Like it feels like they're right on the precipice of becoming very bad, just because they pay too many points for things. Whereas I think what you do is you like revert their points, and you revert their points, and you change judgment tokens. I think is how you actually address the faction. Come here, kitty cat. I don't know if I like especially Cathodian berserks. Like wild. Looks like we get a cut to Necron Warriors, Death Marks, Triarch Stalkers. A lot of vehicles going down, actually. Hey, that's exciting. The Lords of War, I think, in Necrons become much more playable with their with the new Arcs of Omen detachment. So the Lords of War going down is kind of a huge deal. Monolith and Obelisk down at 270. I wonder if 5 cube is like a real list now, where you just play like 5 huge bricks with objectives secured. Triarch Praetorians down to 20. That's whatever, but Lich Guard are still the same, right? At 25, yeah. I do think they're buffing a lot of the infantry, but the infantry aren't really what you're going to be playing in. They're generally not what you play in Necrons to begin with, and I think especially in Arcs of Omen, you're not going to be playing them regardless. Tomb Blades. Tomb Blades went up, is that right? Oh no, Tomb Blades went down also. Oh my god, okay. Wow. Alright. So, yeah, unless you're playing like a meme list, you probably only lose a couple points from like the standard list, but you get a lot more CP. Because you basically, instead of having to build into like Vanguard plus Patrol or whatever, you're just going to play the Arcs of Omen detachment and get all the slots you want. Although you can't spam fast attack quite as much, so that is kind of annoying for Necrons. Do Grey Knights get sticky objectives? No, only Adeptus Astartes. Not the special Space Marines. Only Codex Space Marines. Chronomancers can give Monoliths an invuln save. Could they not already? You could already give an invuln save to the super heavies, chat. That you just get like you get your sub-faction ability, you get your command or your objective secured or whatever. That's the change. Because you can be included in a detachment that gets detachment abilities. The previously you had to take them in like super heavy auxiliaries, and if you didn't have 3 super heavies and a 3 super heavy auxiliary, it didn't get any detachment abilities. They didn't really buff Necrons. They nerfed Necrons in a big way. So you're gonna have more units on the tail, but the Necron game plan is gonna be overall less effective, which I don't necessarily agree with. I don't think we needed it. Looks like just war gear changes for orcs. Flash gets down? Yeah. Get some flash gets. Pain boys down. Yeah, otherwise just war gear stuff. Morkanaut and Gorkanaut down. Man, they're really pushing Lords of War this edition, right? They're like, you can go in a detachment and you're less expensive? Okay, I see how it is. Killican's down to 30. All right. That's a 5-point drop, right? They were 35. I did watch a Killican list on the table the other day. It looks cool. But, oh boy, do they blow up and bring it down in a big way. That's when I talked in my stream on Tuesday why I didn't like those. Yeah, they were 35. But I didn't like the kill focus secondaries. And it's like those armies that are like memey but not very good, but that rely on a single unit type just get mowed by those. So if you want to take like the orc vehicle build, like you can do it. You'll just get destroyed on secondaries for no reason, which I don't love. That's kind of annoying. All right, continue on. Tau. Crisis Commander. Looks like going up. Where you at, Crisis Commander? I don't see enough Crisis Commanders. It's always Cold Stars. So Crisis Commander up 10. Enforcer Commander also up 10. Cold Star Commander, I imagine also up 10, right? Also up 10. Looks like the characters didn't go up at all, right? Shadow Sun the same, yeah. Those ones are Shadow Sun's gonna be tough to bring though because you can't take subcoms anymore, so she doesn't fit into Farside enclaves, which is sad. Regular Ethereal is up 10, so almost all the generic commanders. Breacher team's the same. Crude Carnivore's up 1 ppm. Crisis Battlesuit's up 5. Crisis Bodyguard's up 5. Oh, that's it. Oh, no changes to the airplanes. Because the airplanes were because they were bombers and bombers got nerfed so hard, the airplanes are going to be a tough sell now, I think. They're probably still playable at 165, but because you don't get them turn 1, I guess they're less exciting. You don't have to take Exemplar of the Callion though you're less incentivized to Callion just to reserve the bombers if they can get shot turn 1, because they just reserve for free now. But ultimately, I'm not sure that you're playing them. They did give you Reach, which you don't have normally in Tau, but I don't know. They can replace them with more Riptide Battlesuits, because the Riptide Battlesuit didn't change, right? Riptide Battlesuit's the same. Triptide, let's go. Good job, Tau. Proud of you, Tau. Tyranids. All right, we'll continue to talk about this dead faction. Let's go. Old One Eye up. So Neurothrope up 10. We're off to a good start. The Neurothrope deserved to be up 10. That model's really broken. Regular Hive Tyrant, no increase. Sure. Broodlord, no increase. All right, whatever. Old One Eye up 10, right? He was 240. Old One Eye. Can you imagine? Oh no, he's up 15. 15 points, chat. Oh my god. Can you imagine being so inept that you think that Old One Eye is the unit to watch out for? Get wrecked. You idiot. Turvagon is up 15, which is probably fine. Old One Eye up 15. Incredible. Truly incredible. Oh no, so excuse me. Turvagon up 20. Excuse me. Winged Hive Tyrant up also 15. That had increased. Sorry, 20 also. It's also fine. Although Winged Hive Tyrants, you can't overrun them anymore, so they're actually just worthless. So you don't have to pay points for a unit you're never going to take, which is why an Old One Eye change doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what his points value is. You're never going to play him. Tyranid Warriors. Barbed Strangler went up? Is that real? No way. What? Who wrote this? Did they increase the wrong weapon? Venom Cannon up, I understand. Barbed Strangler up? Yeah, it went up 5. What? 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 Who wrote this document? Barbed Strangler up. Okay. An unplayably garbage weapon goes up to 10 points. Venom Cannon, the AP3 2-damage gun. It shoots 36 inches. Still 5. Everything's whatever. All the Bone Swords went up 5. I think that's probably to be expected. I think it seems like a lot. Tyranid Warriors, I think, become much more like anti-infantry now because you play Scything Talons and Devourers, I guess. So they have a 5-shot gun and 5 melee attacks. The AP1 on Scything Talons actually makes them much more relevant because if there's no AOC, because previously, even with like a Kraken Warrior, you would charge somebody with a Scything Talon, you would charge somebody with AOC, and they would just be like, yeah, I'll knock half of it away. But now you put everybody on a 5+, and that's actually kind of a big deal. Still not sure you're playing Warriors. I got maybe you build. If you play Kraken, maybe you build for melee and you go like the 7 attack quad Scything Talon build. which might be fine. Adrenal glands stayed the same. So all the bone swords went up. And death spitters went up 5. So Tyranid warriors are probably less good at being a sort of a combined arms unit. They're much worse at shooting. Ravener's up 10. Okay. Tyrant Guard up 5 is understandable. Venom Thrope's up 5, also understandable. Zone Thrope's up 20. What? What is happening right now? Ravener's up 10. Trigon? Is it a cut on Trigon? Although with how good this has been so far, I expect it to be up. It is up! Trigon up 15, chat. Finally! We've done it! We've finally solved the menace to the metagame, everybody. The Trigon. You know what unit people were complaining about incessantly? The fucking Trigon. This is so bad. This change is just like, they don't... Not only are they unnecessary, but they also don't make sense. Carnifex up 10 for no reason. Hive Guard up 5. Fucking Hive Guard, chat. Tyrannifex up... Is that 15? Are they 170? Yeah. Tyrannifex up 15. That doesn't make sense. All their weapons cost like 20 points. Why did you need to increase? Oh, also there, yeah. So you still free on the Flesh Borer Hive, but which I guess is like maybe playable now. It's only AP 1, but in the post Armor of Contempt universe, that feels a little bit better. So maybe that's more playable. But I still don't think it's a very good weapon. It's only strength 5, AP 1, 1 damage, whatever. Their acid spray is like hot garbage and costs 20 points. But so the Rupture Cannon build is 205. Whatever. Harpy up. Is that 30 for the Venom Cannon build? Yeah, they went up 30 on the Venom Cannons. Plus the Harpy doesn't start on the table. And can't bomb things for like until turn 3. So the Harpy got, and can't drop Spore Mines. So the Harpy got dumpstered, which I think is probably fair. The times where Harpies were really abusive were like disgusting. They weren't, I didn't play them super often because they're kind of like wishy-washy. There were so many situations where you would put Harpies on the table and your opponent would kill them in the first turn. And you'd be like, okay. Obviously that doesn't happen anymore because they'll just strategic reserve for free. But they cost so many points and don't get to operate in the first turn, which I don't think is very good. Yeah, these yeah, I don't know. Tyranid player's gonna have a 50% win rate and be big mad. No, Tyranids, it's hard to have a 50% win rate if you don't play any games. You just don't play Tyranids anymore, I think, honestly. So the two things in the like codex that did any damage, they like traded, were Zoanthropes and the Winged Hive Tyrant. Zoanthropes went up 60 points a unit to 210, which is too expensive for a 3 model unit. And the Winged Hive Tyrant gets 1 attack and then it's dead. Warrior builds you already didn't see warrior builds because of the Leviathan nerf, which was fine. I think the Leviathan nerf was definitely necessary. The Leviathan lists were stupid. That list was like real snooze fest. Raveners are just like you just used them one time and then they died. They're certainly not worth 45 points a model. So I would say like the build that you fall back on for Tyranids would be a Carnifex build, but Carnifexes went up. So you fall back on like a big bug build, but Tyrannifexes went up. So like, what do you play? Like stone nothing. Like why did Carnifexes increase? Like you sometimes saw 2 in like a competitive list. Like Carnifexes and Trigons. Who wrote this? And Warrior Barb Stranglers. Oh my god. Yeah, this is like... Yeah, I don't know. 6 months stress is playing Age of Sigmar. Yeah. I mean, that's like kind of where I'm at, chat, for sure. I think we will be we'll be doing a lot of commentary this season, maybe less playing. So anyway, yeah. Screamer Killer is go-to Carnifex. Yeah, I guess the Screamer Killer profile didn't go up, right? Where'd that guy go? Yeah, Screamer Killer stayed the same. So maybe you'd... But it's like, Screamer Killers weren't that strong to begin with. They were good, I guess. But they had already seen a points increase. So regular Screamer Killers are better in the comparison now, but that still doesn't make them particularly good. If you're upgrading them, you're at 150 points for a melee monster, which I was like, anyone who's played melee non-infantry knows is like kind of tough. That's that's rough, buddy. They want Tyranids to be Horde? No, they don't. If they wanted Tyranids to be a Horde army, they wouldn't have increased Turvagons and given no buffs to Gaunts. Why do you pay 7 to 8 points for a toughness 3 like a Guardsman equivalent? That's not a profile that in a faction that you want to see do do a Horde mode army. I don't know. Tyranids just like, it doesn't feel like there's an identity. I don't think that there's a reasonable competitive build for Tyranids anymore. But you know, it also depends a little bit on the new missions, because in the current version, like holding the center objective is a big deal. And so the list that did that like focused on the mortal wounds to do damage to the middle, and then the Turvagon brick, and the Turvagon brick only went up 20. So if that list if that archetype is good, it got significantly worse because you probably go down to 1 Zoanthrope unit, so your mortal wound output sucks. But you take like double Foot Hive Tyrants or something instead, which is probably fine. I think they just like force people into like Foot Hive Tyrants, just the most boring, stupid unit, which didn't get any increase. They increased the Winged Hive Tyrant, but you're never gonna play a Winged Hive Tyrant again. You're only ever gonna play Foot Hive Tyrants because they have the same profile, but they get a gun, so they don't have to do all their damage in melee and then eat UCP to overrun. So they just shoot people all game and cast psychic powers in the middle. So you play like single single Zoanthrope, like 2 Foot Tyrants. Maybe you take the Turvagon brick, or maybe you take like, I don't know, Screamer Killers or something. But it's just so much worse. The part that I think I don't know. I think we'll move on in a sec, but I think the part that I am upset about is that the like overrun play was my favorite. Like I enjoy sort of hit and run style. That's been an ability that I think like has defined Tyranids for literally like 4 years. And losing it is like the faction sort of falls apart. Like you can take away the mortal wound stuff, like you can up cost the monsters or whatever, but there were situations where like the existence of overrun lets you play out of like tough matchups and stuff, and the fact that it's just gone is like insanity. It's gone, and it's like almost worse than it's not gone. It's still usable, but all the units that you would use it on like got nerfed into unplayability. So I don't know. May as well replace a Flying Hive Tyrant with Trigon Prime. Except Trigon Prime's garbage. They're so bad. It costs you like 2 CP. Like they're not character protectable because you can't bodyguard them. They're not even fast enough to start on the table and then charge. And it costs you 2 CP and upgrades and stratagems to get to guarantee a charge out of Deep Strike. You're not even like guaranteed that, right? It's like a question mark. Plus it's screenable. So like you just like I played one the other day, and it just like he popped out of Deep Strike, failed his charge, and then was shot off the table immediately. And I was like, wow, cool! What a cool 200-point 2CP combo I just put on the table. It's so what's the word? It's so inconsistent that I don't think it's worth it. Anyway, that's what I have to say about that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you'll see Tyranids at tournaments anymore. Honestly, is what I think. Triple nerf on Harpies, I think, was fine. Yeah, I don't know. The degenerate aircraft was okay. I don't even think Harpies are like particularly unplayable. You just don't shoot on the first turn, and then they're just a big gun turret. Because you can put them on the table. Like, there's matchups where the Harpy change is actually a buff. Because you would have strategic reserved them anyway. You now do it for free. And then the turn that they come in, instead of starting on the table and hiding, if your opponent doesn't give you anything to shoot at, you hover mode. The turn they come in, they automatically are in airborne mode. And you didn't need to put them in your opponent's side of the table because they didn't have a minimum movement. So they actually come in at -1 to be hit. Which is kind of okay. Which is like a very narrow case, and for going up 30 points, like I don't know if that's worth it, but Harpies are probably still the best caddy for an HVC. I'm actually not even sure Harpies are that much worse. Do you always just eat the extra cost of zone throws for the imperative? I think it's a question mark. It depends on the army you're building, I think. All right, let's move on. Tyranid. We don't have to talk about Tyranids anymore because the faction doesn't exist, so it's cool. All right. Genestealer cults. Looks like we got some cuts to upgrades. And otherwise, the rumors are mostly true. So we got cuts to characters and aberrants. A bump to jackals. Okay. Yeah, I think that ends up being a side grade, right? So jackals were at... let's look. Jackals were at 12, so they went up 3. The list that played like triple, and the Wolf Cod went up 6. The Wolf Cod actually went down. It went up 6, but its weapon got cheaper. So if you were playing Wolf Quads, you actually don't even didn't actually change that much, because the mining laser got a 10-point cut. The incinerator's free. Yeah. Oh, and their power weapons got included for free. Oh, actually, yeah. So this is a side grade. So they went up 3 points, but their power weapons are free, and the Wolf Quad went down. The cost of its heavy weapons went down, because previously it was it had a stubber. So you just upgrade their weapons for free, basically. So the cost went up if you were trying to make them super cheap, but you get all your upgrades free of cost. So that's actually not that big of a deal. But you end up paying, it's like 5 points per model for the characters, right? Less. The Icon Ward went down 10, so you pay 10 less there. The Primus went down 10, so you're down 20. If you had... I don't know how many lists played Clamavai or Loci. You always play a Nexos, but he's the same. So you dropped 20, but your Jackal units went up, like, netted probably an extra 10 or so. Like an 8-model Jackal squad went up 24, but if you had mining lasers on your Wolf Quads, then they go down another 20. So they ended up only netting 4 points, and you got power weapons on the Jackals. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it's you end up maybe paying a little bit more points if you take like the maximum Jackal squads. Also, trucks and grinders get free demo charges. Hey, that's actually sweet. And Neophyte special weapons are free. Oh, I got you. Yeah, special weapons, not their heavies. But you probably are taking heavies anyway, right? Usually. Oh, you can get an addition, I guess. Yeah. So you can take a 20 brick with 4 seismic cannons and like 4 grenade launchers. It's actually kind of cool. I like that. All right, I'll buy it. Seems good. Plus, Armor of Contempt's gone. And given that Gene Sailor Cult is like a vastly AP, like between 1 and 3 faction, Armor of Contempt was brutal. So I actually think that's not too bad. Seems good. Yep. Forge World stuff. Did Forge World get any changes? Whee. Wow, okay. Let's see. Khitan Ravager and Greater Brass Scorpion. Yeah, they really want to buff these Lords of War. Corebacks. Is that down? I don't know. This is how much I know about these Forge World demons. Coreback's down 20. Okay. And he's the gnarly demon prince guy. Mammon. Probably the best one in the army. Stayed the same, which is fair. Uraka the Warfiend. Is Uraka the Warfiend good? Probably not, right? Uraka the Warfiend down 15. She's got the same aura that the... Uraka might see play, actually. She has the same aura that that Mammon has, but for Khorne demons. So if you have Khorne demon engines, she buffs them. So if that ends up being an archetype in World Eaters, she could be good. I guess we have to see the rest of Angron's abilities, but she actually gives Angron rerolls. Just kind of funny. Nice. And then it looks like all the big demons went down. So Ateos went down 50. Angarath went down 50. Scabithrax went down 4 to 5. 4 to 5, which is good because these were all the huge Forge World demons that just end up having the same stats as like a regular greater demon now. And then Drakniel went down 40. They definitely are. Yeah, they're definitely still overcosted, but they're much more reasonable now. So I kind of like that. Drukhari got some points cuts, I think, right? Reaper down 20. Yeah. And Tantalus down 30. Cool. Necrons. Acanthrites went down 5. Whatever. Good old 4+ ballistic skill shooting unit. Good stuff. And Tomb Sentinels went down 10. They really are pushing Tomb Sentinels. Every time I feel like there's so many Tomb Sentinel changes. Current meta of Nins are dead if you don't play Warriors and Zones. No, the Warriors wasn't even the biggest change. Warriors were already on their way out. But I mean, as we just talked about, right? For Tyranids, like every single meta build got hit in some way. On a faction that was already struggling against secondary objectives. If they don't have insane secondary objectives, like Tyranids are not going to be playable. Gargantuan Squiggle has 420 points. Hey! And that's it. That's all the points. We freaking did it, chat.
Hey, thanks for being a boss. Always come here for my competitive needs. Wondering on your perspective on where Black Templars sit. Thanks again.
Lewis, thanks for the super chat, buddy. Black Templars? I think Black Templars are pretty strong right now. Losing AOC is awkward because they were kind of relying on that to keep their like non-storm shielded stuff alive. But on the flip side, they have the stratagem to turn themselves objective secured, and then they can lock objectives. So you can basically pay a CP to make almost any unit in your army automatically lock an objective for the rest of the game. So I think that's real good. So I have a sneaking suspicion that Black Templars are going to be solid. That's what I have to say about that. Plus, obviously, you get like the Space Marine points decreases. So I think that's going to be solid. Did I notice the increase to 15 for the Synapse Adaptive Physiology? I did. Yeah, sorry. I did notice that, but I didn't mention it. Yeah, it went up 5 points, which is honestly fine. You really only took it in Leviathan anyway, unless you're like doing very specific builds, and making a model transhuman for 10 points is like really, really good. So I think it going to 15 is totally reasonable for sure. Could Gansman be a thing now if they went down a point or two? Yeah, I think so, but they didn't, so. Oh well. Yeah, Lewis. Yeah, I think the real interesting thing for Space Marines is going to be that there's going to be a big paradigm shift. I think Space Marines turn into like a... I think that, I mean, they just revert to like where they were at the start of the edition, where they don't rely on these tanky builds as much, where you're taking like... There's builds that were running like Terminators and these big bricks of guys with 2+ saves, and then an Apothecary and a damage ignore, and especially Black Templars would then like add an upgrade to them. And we're trying to make that... And then we're just like sort of trying to eat damage on that unit. And I think especially Black Templars, that was how you played it. That's because of their relics. And I don't know if that's going to be as strong anymore, but... your units, your like MSU units, because you can optimize whatever doctrine you want them to be in, and you can they're so much cheaper than they were that you can just play this trading game with people where you have these like little 100-point squads that are like just go in and ram something to death and then trade, and that, I don't know, I think it'll be interesting. And then if you ever, especially for Black Templars, although I think I misspoke actually, chat. I think I don't think you're going to be able to pay the CP to let everybody take objectives because it's troops, not objective secured. So actually, for their locking ability. So actually, before we go too far, let me amend my statement. Yeah, it is troops. It's not objective secured to take objectives permanently. But it does give you a better ability to hold objectives, right? If you have regular troops. Does it count them as double? If they steal the objective? It doesn't. Okay, yeah. So I'm just kidding. Ignore everything that I said about it. Black Templars taking objectives from people. Yeah, so I think, I don't know. I guess that you're gonna be playing the trading game better. Yeah, that is a little bit different than the picture I had in my head of it. So you don't as much want to play the relic bearer bricks because your 2+ save guys, like your Centurions, are not going to be as survivable. They're going to be cheaper though, which is good. But then you can follow that up with like cheaper veteran units, like Vanguard veterans. The problem I see is that they aren't a Devastator Doctrine subfaction, so they don't get their Doctrine immediately. So I guess Black Templars just sort of side grade. They get way more models, but their core combos are worse. So the more I think about it, the less I'm excited about it. And they probably don't want to be taking... Well, maybe they want to be taking troops already. The Primaris Crusader squad went down a lot, it looks like. 17 points a model for the regular guys in it, but you're required to take neophytes in it, so it's not all punchy guys. Yeah, I don't know. The more I think about it, the less I'm excited about Black Templar shit. Name of the God Emperor. Like Templars are always legit. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, they're better than they were, right? Because you get so many points breaks. I just think that, at least based on the build for Black Templars that we saw previously, changes a lot. You get a lot of models more back, but you lose the survivability that they were kind of leaning on a lot. So you're... Oh, the Vanguard veteran actually didn't change that much. They're 23 with a jump pack. We're in Space Marines, right? Yeah. It's actually an interesting discussion. So the base Vanguard veteran with jump pack, storm shield, and lightning claw is 31 now. Is that right? Jump pack is 3, lightning claw is 3. 31. Previously, it was 20. Yeah, it was 30. So the Vanguard veterans actually went up. Man, I'm 180ing really hard here, actually, Chad. On these poor Black Templars. So if they're bringing the builds that took assault, like buffed assault centurions and buffed eradicators, which did not go down, they actually are mostly the same. They dropped a lot in their characters. Their sword brethren get free stuff. Yeah, the Sword Brethren stayed the same points cost, but all their upgrades are free. So they get like 1 Thunder Hammer, 2 Lightning Claws, 1 Axe, 1 Maul, 1 Plasma Pistol for freezies, which is confusing profile. And then the Primaris Crusader squad went down 1 point, right? They were 18 a model? Oh, they were 19 a model, so they went down 2 points. So I wonder if they end up turning into like Horde mode Space Marines. The problem is that they don't really benefit from having free weapon upgrades because they don't have any to begin with. Regular Crusader squads do. They're the same as Tacticals now. They get all their free weapons. Yeah, they didn't get any points changes at all. They can take a combi and a melee on the on the Sword Brother. Glad they put in other models here rather than just the neophytes or just the initiates. It used to be that your for a hot minute your Sword Brother was free because they didn't include him in the points breakdown. And then initiates can have a heavy weapon at 10 models, and then one special weapon or a melee weapon at 5. Okay, so they're just the same as a tactical, basically. They're a tactical that can go up to 20 models. So I'm not sure Black Templars actually benefited as much as other chapters. They're probably going to be around the same, but they get points cuts, but a lot of the stuff that they're relying on didn't really get huge points cuts, and losing AOC is going to be big for them. What do we think, chat? How are we feeling? How are we feeling about those guys? Yeah, Vanguard veterans are up 1 point if you take that specific build. If you take combi weapons and stuff, they actually went down significantly. But if you take the normal Storm Shield, like the jump pack build, they're up. Yeah. Primaris Crusader had free extras from the last data set. Yeah, the other problem for the Primaris Crusader, chat, is that there's not too many free stuff you can take. You can get a little bit of extra stuff, but they don't really benefit. They got mostly free things, but the free things that they get are like bolt rifles and chain swords. So you're like, okay, sick. I mean, I guess like having mass chain swords is much better now post the Armor of Contempt, but I don't know. Everything other than Iron Hands and Space Marines got worse. Deathwatch seemed much better. Any of the, and we were just talking about how I think Salamander's like side graded for sure. But yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like quite as universally positive as it was. Yeah. So I think we're solidly mediocre on Black Templars. So let me turn that around. Yeah, I thought for a hot minute you could steal objectives with them, but you can steal the objectives. If you have troops, you can lock the objectives. Especially because you have like devout push play. So your ability to steal objectives and then lock them is really good. And I guess like, yeah, but they don't count as additional models, right? They don't have a way to double their model count. Unless they can do it. Does Rights do it? It's the one that doesn't, right? The double model count if you're already objective secured. Yeah. They just have a bunch of ways to give objective secured, but nothing that triggers off of it. I guess it's only the it's the special banner guy who does it, right? The chapter standard? Chapter ancient? Yeah. If his warlord trait counts as additional. Maybe you start playing that guy. Paying less for pre-games does mean that you get more free pre-games. You get more CP for pre-games. Then you can pay a CP to double the model count of your whole huge Primaris Crusader squad, and then you lock the objective. Locking objectives in the middle of the table doesn't seem quite as exciting, though. Guard and Iron Hands for top dogs? I would hold out before I say like any Space Marine chapter immediately goes to the top. Guard does seem incredibly strong because they were already strong and didn't see any negative changes. I think Otherwise, we'll have to wait to see how secondaries work. Like I wouldn't create a power ranking right now without knowing what the secondaries are for sure. That's what I would say. I guess like yeah, Plasma Inceptors are strong for the factions that are good on them. Because they got their plasma gun for free, right? Where you at, Inceptors? Yeah, 40 points per model, free plasma gun. That's solid. Because that was 10 points a model, right? They were 50 if they got the upgrade. Nice. I'm kind of in on these Devastator squads, honestly. These Centurion squads, honestly. They I bet there's like a Salamanders list that takes like 18 Centurions or something. That might be, well, that's 360. It's like 1,000 points. And then you just have a bunch of idiots who stand behind them and give them buffs. Get an apothecary in there. Get some characters. Don't understand the difference between a heavy Thunderhammer and a normal Thunderhammer. The heavy Thunderhammer is a different damage characteristic, right? It is a Deathwatch weapon. The heavy Thunderhammer. Yeah, it's 4 damage and AP 3. So it's like, it's better in almost every way. Instead of AP 2, 3 damage. Yeah, Dark Angels, getting heavy Doctrine's good. That makes sense. Goonhammer's talking about secondaries. I will look. Oh, okay. Cool. We can do a little review here. Let me just I'll just shuffle my page over so we can see. Goonhammer. Goonhammer's gone the way of spiky bits with these pop-ups. Hot damn. Oh my god. It's to be expected for Goonhammer, though. So we talk about Arcs of Omen detachment. We knew that. There's no CP cost. You can get 2 special guys in it. You can have an allied detachment. Yeah, big super heavies and stuff. Strategic reservers free. Yeah, this is mostly stuff that we've already known. If a player concedes, no longer a fixed score. It just requires that they remove their models from the table. Yeah, that's good. Nobody played with that rule anyway, so it was whatever. Secondary objectives. Let's go. Default secondaries are assassination behind enemy lines and grind them down. Okay. They all now provided the opportunity to gain a command point if you have troops and or armigers or war dogs. So if troops kill a unit, you get a command point. Oh my god. Wait, what? Grind them down's incredible. For like armigers spam? Just get a command point every turn? What? Okay. That's insane. Behind enemy lines now rewards 3 victory points if you get 1 unit into your opponent's zone rather than 2. Hey, that's a big deal. Engage on all fronts gets a boost, but to score all 4 quarters, your qualifying units only need to be 3 inches away from other table quarters rather than 6. So you need to be more than 6 away from other quarters? What? That's very confusing. So you have to... So you score 2 points if you have units 6 inches away from the cardinal lines and in 3 quarters, or 3 points if you have 3 units 3 inches away from cardinal lines and in 4 quarters? That's okay. It's very strange for sure. Psychic interrogation. It goes back to requiring line of sight. Warp charges up by 1. Oh, great, cool. More nerfs for Tyranids, chat. Exciting. Let's keep talking about how Tyranids are going to be fine and are definitely being removed from the game as a competitive faction. Warp Ritual goes up to Warp Charge 4. That doesn't really matter. Is that all the secondary objectives that they talk about? Mission rule changes. Recover the relics is the same? Go fuck yourself. Really? They took that from Nephilim and decided that was the mission that needed to say the same? Jesus Christ, dude. What a nightmare this packet's gonna be. Tear down their icons. Data Scry salvage is the same. Death and Zeal is the same. Secure missing artifacts is the same. Okay. Conversion gets us the smallest change. It softens the penalty for not having your warlord. You get a CP on a 4+ if they're dead. Okay, whatever. Tide of Conviction. That's like such a, I don't know. That's like a huge win war ability. I really don't like that ability, honestly. It's like if your warlord's dead, you're probably already losing the game. Like, why also remove CP from them? It's like the one where you lose CP if like you don't hold your home objective. You're just like, well, I'm dying, so whatever. I already scored 4 less points this turn. Why are you also hitting me with CP reduction? Tide of Conviction. Condition on gaining CP. Oh, excuse me. Now awards a flat 3 victory points for each objective in the opponent's territory you control rather than a higher score for the one in the deployment zone. So you get 9 total instead of the 10 you could get normally. Or you could get 8. Yeah, because it was 2-2-4. You could get 8 previously, and now it's 9. So that's actually kind of a buff. And you get 6 if you just hold the 2 at the front. That's actually, yeah, that seems fine. Is that right? Yeah, lock 6 VP. Abandoned Sanctuaries. No Man's Land retains all the previous prohibitions. And reinforcements cannot be set up on the first battle round. Oh my god. I mean, that's fair. The issue with that one was that if you had turn 1 deep strike, your opponent couldn't screen it if they had forward deployers on that mission. So sometimes, and this happened a lot actually, you would play against like Eldari, and all their forward deploy would bounce back to the deployment zone, and you would like drop pod them turn 1 and kill half their army. It was brutal. That mission was so bad for Eldari. So that's actually pretty good. Yeah, I do agree with this sentiment though, that I think this and recover the relics are like this one punishes pregame, like forward deploying pregame moves. Recover the relics requires pregame, like forward deploying pregame moves, and I don't like those because not all armies have equal access to those. Some armies can take like a 40-point unit that forward deploys, and some armies don't have any. And the fact that those get, yeah, like those swing wildly one way or another is actually very stupid. Scouring gets the biggest change. The action now finishes at the end of the turn. Jesus, okay. What? You just scan the middle like immediately? Okay. Aircraft we talked about. Did they talk about faction secondaries? They don't? Man, this seems like a nightmare of a season. I don't know. Do they not talk about faction secondaries here? Yanari get Azuryani secondaries. That's good. We were saying that. Hidden Path is gone for Craft Worlds. That's insane. Psychic Interrogation getting nerfed is brutal. But they don't talk about what the changes are. Or what the secondaries are. What the fuck? Hey, look at that. Goonhammer's with me there. The faction's probably dead competitively. Go off, chat. All these people in chat saying it's not that bad. Even Goonhammer agrees with me, chat. Even Goonhammer. Yeah, that's less useful. I'm not gonna. I won't. Well, we'll get the book soon enough. We'll get screenshots of all of the secondaries. I'm not gonna. I'll do that in a video or something. I'm not gonna try to sift through that right now on stream. Can you or can you not take an Inquisition patrol as an allied detachment to a Knights detachment? I don't think you can, because you can't make Inquisition patrols, right? But you can take Inquisition auxiliary detachments, except that auxiliary detachments don't, like, I don't know. I think the rules are busted right now. It probably needs an hashtag even Goonhammer. It probably needs an FAQ for sure. Has it been said if new strat for bringing an extra model that is usually limited works for Grand Masters and Grey Knights, since it doesn't satisfy the Blood Brotherhood restriction? I seriously doubt that it would. It changes the restriction of a particular model from 1 to 2. If that isn't precisely how your restriction is worded, I don't think it changes you. But we can look. It's a detachment ability, right? Detachment rules, yeah. So Brotherhood command says you can include a maximum of 1 Grandmaster and 1 Brother Captain in each detachment. Each Grandmaster must be removed from a different Brotherhood. So I think that you can use the strat to take an additional one, but the second restriction's still in place, which probably means that you can't. Like, you can use the strat to unlock an additional use, but you then are not... you then can't legally take the extra guy, right? Oh, I guess you could, but I think you lose your Brotherhood abilities. Some armies have or some codexes have a restriction that you cannot take multiple bracketed subfactions. I don't know if the bracketed subfaction restrictions will exist in AWU. So you would be able to take multiple Brotherhood keywords, but I think at the very least that you would lose all your detachment abilities. So you probably could for a CP, maybe, but it probably wouldn't be worth it, I imagine. How bad did Sisters get hit? The Repentia went up a couple points, and they lost Armor of Contempt. That was it. Yeah, Sisters are like kind of... Yeah, I don't know. Sisters got nerfed for a little bit, but I think it's probably okay. Can we call it a Wooga? No, it's a Woo. It's we have to call it we call it Doge. It's Doge season. Woo. Harlequins are pointless now. Yeah, I think Harlequins probably got hurt too much. What does Goonhammer have to say about Harlequins, chat? Do they agree with me on Harlequins? Harlequins. They said it's one of the most brutal to be handed down. There are enough upsides for Harlequins that they can still compete. Goonhammer says Harlequin's still good, chat. You heard it here first. Goonhammer has never had a bad call. They're the best faction in the game. Everything's fine. There you go. I did a couple Custodes people trickling in now. I did call earlier that there were going to be people in here who are like always like, oh, what's up with Custodes? They're here every stream. Welcome, Custodes players. Your faction's one of the best in the game now. I hope you enjoy. I hope you come have a good time. All your nerfs have like, almost all your nerfs have been removed. Everything's good. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think maybe full army Harlequin's going to be tougher. But also, I have to imagine that there's going to be less, like, mortal wounds in the metagame, especially because people aren't as hyper-tanky as they were. So, I don't know. I guess that actually makes your invulnerable save weaker and vulnerable save significantly worse for you. But, yeah, I don't know. Harlequins, outside of the transports, Harlequins were never like an army that was like all about surviving. So it feels weird because it's a defensive nerf on a faction that was never particularly focused on being defensive. It just changes their defenses in a way that's the most annoying for them. So I don't really know how to feel about it. It does feel like kind of I don't know. It feels pretty insane. Like the amount of nerf that they got. All right, chat. Should we so before we wrap up, I think I want to go through the Games Workshop announcement video. Because they did a video today about a Metawatch video. I'm gonna click on and put in the thing, and I think it'll be fun just to go through here the commentary. I've listened, as you can see, I've listened to about a quarter of this. I don't know if we'll go through the whole video, but we'll probably do a little bit. Make sure that it looks good. Let me just full screen it. Good enough. I don't know if we need the full visuals. Just want to know what Trigon's and Old One Eye did wrong. The Trigon one. So Old One Eye keeps getting nerfs. I don't understand it. There's like it's like a Robin Credis effect. Like somebody beat Robin Credis with Old One Eye, and they were just like, hey, check it out. This guy's untargetable because he's a character. And Robin Credis was like, what? But he's a monster. And they were like, yeah, but he's also sub 10 wounds. And he was like, who did that? And they were like, you did, Robin. He was like, what? I didn't realize it would make them untargetable. And they're like, Robin, that's how characters in this game work. And he's like, what? Points increase. And then, like, every season, someone, like, reminds him that he did that one time. And he's like, points increase again. He just gets PTSD about it. Trigons was wild, though. Like, literally no sane human ever put a Trigon in their list. But Trigons went up. And Barbed Stranglers went up. Like, what I don't even know. Doesn't make sense. All right, let's talk about
Studio. Stu, how you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Nick.
Good to have you here, man. Did you spend your Christmas break painting miniatures? More
of
Space
course,
Marines?
always.
Excellent work, excellent. Well, we've got a few things to talk about.
There's way too many variables in
there's intro
and we
stuff.
also look at the ones probably more important possible.
Big difference for powered armored armies and of course the Astra Minotaur as well.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
Can you guys hear it, chat?
Yeah. So
that sounds good.
the thing
So
we
we're
tried
talking
to do
about the Armor of Contempt
we
change.
brought it in last year to really assist around Space Marines. So Space Marines have struggled, I think it's fair to say, for some time in the kind of competitive kind of scene. And one of the things that they struggle with is actually like keeping their bodies on the board, right? So as most people will know, winning games of 40k is around objectives, holding objectives, controlling them, taking them off your opponent. And with Space Marines being that's like that's
it's an interesting point that they're like, well, in the GT packet, you have to hold objectives, and it was tough for Space Marines. And you're like, yeah, but I mean, you did that, right? Like, they struggle in this format that you built. That's not how the game worked in 8th edition. I don't know. You could just build a different format where your tankiness, like your ability to score objectives, isn't directly proportional with how well you tank.
An elite army, you don't have that many playing pieces. You don't have that many models on the board in order to achieve those goals. So every Marine's quite precious to you in terms of what you can do. So because the game's got quite deadly, you know, there's a lot of firepower in the 41st millennium. We were finding that Marines weren't kind of lasting very long. So you quite often would get to maybe turn 3 and really have started to run out of models, at which point you'd start to lose the game based on those objectives. So Armor of Contempt was really put in place to help kind of give them a bit more
Endurance Fire did not change that.
Help those Marine models last a little bit longer,
Identical
and therefore
to the
score more
previous
objectives and score more victory
Makes
points.
sense, yeah.
But what we've found as it's played out is a couple of things. People get smart to that, right? So the meta adapts. You know, we talked before about like life always evolves, right? So the competitive scene's always changing. And that's one of the things that makes it so much fun. And so people are starting to play around Armor of Contempt by either picking really, really like high volume fire that doesn't really matter about the armor piercing, or the other way around and leaning into things that are like -2, -3, -4 AP, which lessens the impact of Armor of Contempt. So people are playing around that benefit. The other thing is that actually Space Marines themselves have.
They mentioned earlier in the video, I think I skipped over the section where they talked about it, but they mentioned that like because Armor of Contempt was on every powered armored unit, and also like Astra Militarum, they were like, wow, we realized that like most, like on average player, like 60% of their games were against an army with Armor of Contempt, which was crazy. And I was just thinking like, but you added it to factions that weren't Space Marines. Like, did you? It felt like the change was made specifically to buff like power armor, like power armor. Like it's a new mechanic for things that have Imperial power armor, and then also like Leman Russ for whatever reason. But without like considering what that would do mechanically, which is like kind of a weird thing to admit to. They're like, what? We didn't expect everyone to play Thousand Suns. They're like, why? Why didn't you? Insane.
Combat Doctrines gives them better armor piercing because of an extra pip of AP depending on what doctrine they're in, which actually is like directly cancelled out by Armor of Contempt. So for lots of Marine players, it's like a zero sum.
Because if you're playing against power armor, you might as well not have the doctrine.
Yeah, and we talked on a previous episode. I mean, Space Marines, although they've struggled.
The other problem with that specific point was that in 8th edition, when the Marine Codex came out and doctrines were released, and this was sort of started the trend toward an ability like Armor of Contempt. Space Marines got so good at killing Space Marines that like it became. It'd just be like the meta became Horus Heresy very quickly because Space Marines got extra AP to punch through the armor of other Space Marines. And they're talking about that being like a zero-sum game, but on the flip side, it also can very quickly be, if you don't have enough AP in the meta, it can very quickly be like the opposite, where like the only thing that actually punches through 2+ saves is people that have doctrines that give them +1 AP. But I think that's probably been supplanted now just because they have basically like ticked up the AP value of everything in the game by 1. So, I don't know.
They still make up about 20% of the field.
Well,
So
we were surprised by the impact of this change and exactly how it worked. It was like, but you did it! That was you! What?
Then also factor in Chaos Space Marines, Death Guard.
They're like, guys, Thousand Suns are too strong with Armor of Contempt. So why'd you give it to them?
Into a power armored army that was getting Armor of Contempt. So actually, as a Space Marine player, you kind of got given a thing and had a thing taken away at the same time.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
So it hasn't really had the impact that we wanted it to. It had a good initial impact, but over the course of the year, you started to see Space Marines drop back down again. Armor of Contempt's not having the impact that we wanted it to. So
I guess the other,
as we were saying earlier, we want the fewest possible rules in the game.
The other thing there is that like Armor of Contempt basically turned AP1 to AP0, but it didn't have the same effect on AP2 weapons. So adding an AP value to like a bolt gun didn't do anything in an Armor of Contempt meta, which I think is what they're trying to refer there.
I want to hear more about. Tell me about them.
Okay, so there's two. One of them will be familiar to people who've been playing the game for some
Literally, I think a better change would have been to make a lot of Space Marines a 2+ base
So
save.
the way Combat Doctrines works currently is you start off in Devastator Doctrine, and you get a benefit to things like heavy weapons. And then kind of like an auto progression occurs where then in the next turn you move into Tactical Doctrine, you get a benefit to your rapid fire weapons, and then later on you move into Assault Doctrine. And what we've done is we've actually gone back to a version of the rule that existed in the previous edition of the game, where actually you as a Space Marine player decide when that change occurs. So you can start in Devastator Doctrine.
Let me know if that's too loud, chat. I just turned it up a bunch.
Devastator Doctrine for the entire game.
Amazing.
So that will really impact on armies either that have a lot of kind of heavy weapon firepower, or things like Imperial Fists or Iron Hands, or any of those ones that are predominantly a shooty Space Marine army, and quite often where their personal combat doctrine for their chapter keys off of the Devastator Doctrine, because now you get the benefit of that for the entire game.
That's amazing.
Those of us who play with kind of Ultramarine successors or Ultramarines, where really a lot of your game is spent in Tactical Doctrine, well, pretty much from turn 2, you can just stay in Tactical Doctrine for the
I did skip over a little bit of the like introduction of Armor of Contempt as a mechanic, chat. So I think he talked about it affecting Chaos Space Marines at the beginning of the video.
We've tweaked one of the rules they've already got that just means you get a lot more play out of it, lasts a lot longer, but also you as the player get a lot more control.
It's interesting you mentioned when we talked about it before that this is a direct intention to make shooty Space Marine armies better, whereas it won't have much of a difference really for assault-based Space Marine armies. They'll still get the assault.
It's almost like assault Space Marine
For
armies
sure.
are getting
And so if you do, when you start looking at the
boned
split,
real hard.
certainly the ones that have performed a little
There's
bit
those poor White Scars, man. What did White Scars ever do? They're like, you get every nerf that Blood Angels got, but no buffs. And you're worse than Iron Hands now. And they're like, but we were already not that good. And you're like, too bad. Get wrecked.
And we'll talk a bit about it when we get to the points values things that we've done as well. So if we lowered the points values of all Space Marines and then gave all Space Marines these benefits, all you do is you just move all the sub-factions up in line with each other. And what we really want to do is close that gap. You know, you want Raven Guard players to have as good a chance in any game as a Blood Angels player, or you know, an Imperial Fist player to have as good a chance as a Black Templars player.
No one's got as good a chance as the Ultramarines player, though, right?
Of course.
Okay, just making sure.
Ultramarines best.
It's really clever little tweak there, just to make.
Ultramarines definitely not hot Garbo.
And if it does what you want it to, great. If not, maybe later make it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
So there's another change for Space Marines as well. Tell me about that one.
Yeah, so this one, again, is really kind of designed to change or kind of enhance the way they actually play the game. So it gets kind of nicknamed as sticky objectives.
Yep.
But essentially what it is that Space Marine troops units, when they hold an objective, when they claim it, they'll actually be able to leave that objective and move around the board. And as long as nobody takes that objective, it still belongs to the Space Marine player.
That's great.
You can see why it gets called sticky objectives.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And basically what that does is again, your Space Marine troops units tend to be quite expensive because they're elites.
Yeah, they're like, guys, Arcs of Omen removed the necessity of taking troops, so please God, still buy in cursor boxes, because we need to sell them. Although we've just actively disincentivized you from taking troops units.
Something onto an objective, kind of metaphorically plant your flag on it, and then move on. So what you actually get is a lot more playability out of those units that you've paid those points for. So again, it helps Space Marines actually play the game. It lets them go.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, like, I don't know if I would make the claim that like the meta is like immediately going to become unbalanced, because we don't know, right? We haven't played any games with it, and it's like so many changes, a lot of which we don't even know yet, that it's going to be a huge deal. I do think that the changes were heavier handed than I certainly expected, especially given how balanced the metagame was. But whatever.
Feel like elites. But in order to play the game as the mission pack kind of sets out, really it's all about holding objectives and taking objectives off your opponent. So it kind of gives them a bit of a benefit in the way that they can hold those objectives.
So I can't wait to use it on the battlefield. Now, we spoke last time on Metawatch about one unit in particular in the game that you had your eyes on, and that's the Flamers of Zeech.
Yeah.
The Chaos Demons. And there's a change in the balance data.
Hey, Flamers.
What have you done there?
So we looked at loads of different ways of dealing with Flamers, actually. So Flamers are a really interesting unit because they're surprisingly surprisingly tough. So although you look at their stat line and it's like, it's okay, but they have a 3-up invulnerable save, they've got a good number of wounds, they've got a good...
The Deathwatch ability, I think, still has... The Deathwatch ability hasn't been changed, so it still has the wording where you can only pick Tactical twice and Assault twice and Devastator once. But I think that's fine. Honestly, like, Deathwatch want to play more mixed arms than most Space Marine armies because they don't have a super doctrine, so, like, Deathwatch are fine.
So we looked at loads of things. We looked at changing the number of shots they had. We looked at their points values, all kinds of things. But where we've settled, actually, is we've just taken away that automatic hit. And what that does is it kind of means they, in a normal sense of in a normal scenario in the game, they put out about a third less shots.
Chat, Tyranids will have less models on the board because they won't be played. They'll have less models to start on the board. They'll go from having any models to having 0 models.
So at least your opponent has some play into them.
Yeah.
You might think, oh, I can't really shift them by shooting at them, but at least now you can assault them. You declare a charge against them. They can still overwatch if they like, but they're hitting on 6s like everybody else, rather than just automatically hitting with 6d6 plus a billion kind of automatic hits. So it just gives your opponent more playability.
It must have been that eureka moment as well when you're thinking about all the things you could do and somebody's went, what about...
Silent King,
Yeah, we looked at all kinds
unless there are changes that we don't know yet, the Silent King will only be available to be played in Saracen detachments. So you have to play his own dynasty in order to play him, most likely.
Which is usually how we deal with units, right? Usually the points value should be a measure of that unit's effectiveness. One of the things we found when we were testing it with the Flamers, though, is that you would keep them and drop other things out of your list.
Yep, because they're just so good.
Because they're
You
so
can't not
good,
take them,
exactly. So you're like, yep, double the cost of them, I'll just take less bloodletters. Oh, you've done that, I'll just take less of these. So the last thing anyone was taking out of their lists would be the Flamers.
And that's not a place you want to be in, is it?
No, so it's not really solving the problem, and or you end up in this place where Flamers are like 100 points each, right? Which is just clearly mad. Do you know what I mean? So
you considered it, right?
Oh, for sure. We looked at like at what point do you stop taking them, and it's just one of the limitations.
Just make Flamers of each 70 points a model like they did Zone Thropes.
But every now and then, there's
easy peasy.
Because you're like, I'll still take them. I'll still take them.
They're still worth taking.
Exactly.
They're still worth taking.
At which point you have to fundamentally change something about how they do it. And again, what we didn't want to do is rewrite loads of their profile and change their datasheet loads. So actually, just deleting that rule actually solves the problem.
It means the only flamers in the entire game that don't hit automatically are the flamers.
Flamers
themselves.
of Tzeentch, yes. Now their weapon isn't called a flamer, it's
Okay,
Fires of Tzeentch. So, and it's a good example, I guess, of us just being pragmatic about it, right? And going, well, we need to solve this problem. It's not only very powerful, but also it's just quite uninteractive. I think it's fine for there to be powerful models in the game. But your opponent needs to feel like they have some kind of agency. Yeah. And I think there's a couple of units, and we'll talk a bit more about some of the others, where it just feels like there's nothing you can do about it, and I think that just feels bad for everybody.
Yeah, for people, it sounds like there's some people who are just coming in. They're talking about Flamers of Tzeentch, the demon unit right now. Their weapon is their flickering flames is just a normal weapon now. It doesn't have the auto hit clause. They removed all the special abilities off it. So you just rolled a hit on a 3+ with their normal ballistic skill. You can get rerolls if you're like Bellacor's there or you have a Lord of Change there. So, which is like, I think a good enough nerf. Like they said, it's more of a defensive debuff than it is an offensive debuff. Because like you can stack buffs so that their offense is similar to what it was, but they don't auto hit on Overwatch now. Although Overwatch is still brutal if you're like light infantry because they attack so many times.
Of things, right? So Harlequins are super fast. They should be. That's entirely right. They're super killy. They should be. That's entirely right. But they should be quite vulnerable. That's their whole shtick, right? They're a glass cannon. They kind of leap out of the webway, run over, stab everybody. But if you can catch one of them, you should be able to mess it up, right? But actually,
yeah, the change was only to Flamers of Tzeentch. Like the demon unit. It was changed. No other flamer weapon was changed. Nothing else in the game. No other weapons in the game were changed. Specifically, only the Flamer of Tzeentch weapon. I understand where the confusion is, but it's only the one in the Demon Codex that's on the floaty guys with the D6 + 3 shotgun.
Actually, if we just take one off of their invulnerable save, it has quite a big impact across the board.
I'm really interested to see the numbers after that change.
For sure.
Will they still be as popular as they were before? And if they are, will they still be in that where they were.
And the popularity thing's really interesting because Harlequins are one of like, the
say.
bogeymen of 40k, right? So they're really good. They do very well in a competitive setting. They're actually not played very often. I think they're 19th or 20th
that's really interesting.
in the kind of like most.
Yeah, that's an interesting point because I was about to say that I forget. I don't know this guy on the right's name. I forget his name. But he was like, "Oh, what about the popularity of Harlequins?" And you're like, "Hold up. Nobody plays Harlequins. It's just that the 2% of people that do are so fucking good that they keep winning. They can't stop winning." And that I think is where the nerf comes from. The real downside, I think, is for all the other factions, like Yanari and Drukari and all these factions that were taking traveling players who now just like get wrecked. Like their little patrol detachment, which you can take in AOO, is just going to be significantly worse.
So,
what's going on with Sally's chapter tactic?
Luminaric Steel, thanks for the super chat, buddy. Sally's chapter tactic lost the change that was in a Dataslate. So all of the chapter tactics, which is Salamanders and Valorous Heart, that had an AP reduction mechanic, were just reverted to whatever's printed in the codex. So Salamanders now have the AP 1 turns to AP 0, and the wound reroll. You can reroll wounds against them, but they can stay in Tactical Doctrine the whole game because of how the doctrines work now. So I wouldn't say it's significant. Their chapter tactic is significantly worse, but I think Salamanders as a faction do benefit a little bit.
Quick question, with Ultramarines Honor Guard getting a PT reduction, does that unlegends them? THX.
Ultramarines Honor Guard getting a point reduction. You might be thinking of Victrix Honor Guard. That is an interesting question. If like regular Ultramarines Honor Guard are in there. Oh yeah, the standard Honor Guard are in there. Are those legended? Yeah. That's wild. Oh no, the standard Honor Guard is still playable. What's in Legends for Ultramarines Honor Guard? Were they legended at all? Let's look. Grabbing the Legends document chat. Yeah, this is a chunky document here. Come on. So many guys on bikes. So that's interesting. Yeah, have other legended units been included? I guess not, right? Is there a data sheet for these guys that was in the regular Ultramarine sup? I guess we can just look at the supplement, right? Unless somebody in chat knows. They're legends in Battlescribe, yeah. Waha does not have them as legends, which is interesting. Let's look at the Ultramarine supplement real quick. It might be that there's a version that's legended and a version that's not. I know Victrix Honor Guard you can still play. It's in downloads, right? Oh no, it's not. It's in FAQs, I guess. God, it's like it's random. It's just so random what gets moved to. whatever the word is, to the download section. They are referenced in the Ultramarine supplement. Are they? Does somebody have a copy handy of the Ultramarines like physical supplement? It does have an honor guard datasheet in it, right? That's so weird. Is it a unit you can buy? I would hazard to guess that it is unlegended. It is a unit you can buy. You can just purchase this unit. Yeah, I imagine that they're not in Legend. They're just like company veterans with extra steps, right? Yeah, I think you can take these. I don't see anything that says that you can't take these. Despite the fact that, I don't know, there's one version, there's one copy in Legends, but there's also a copy of Marnius Calgar in Legends, so like, I don't know. Oh, this is the datasheet that has the old bodyguard rule. Yeah, so you just have to have the datasheet that has the new bodyguard rule. Where would this have come from? Why is this here? I think they just legended a version of the unit that has old abilities. I think you can still take the regular one. Yeah. So, to answer the question, yeah, it looks like Honor Guard are playable. You just can't take this version of them, which is fine because you would never do that. You would take the regular one anyway. Yeah, there's like 3 separate Honor Guard units. And I was looking at, just for reference chat, I was looking at what the unit actually looks like, and it's this one. Okay, so here's what I think happened. Okay, oh, I know what happened, chat. There was, I believe, a version... Was there a version that came with original Marnius Calgar? I seem to remember that vaguely. Okay. Okay. All right. We're doing some forensic analysis here, chat. So there was a set that was Marnius Calgar and these guys. And the old Marnius Calgar got added to Legends. So they added a version of these guys. So if you had this kit, all the datasheets were in the Legends version. But when they moved to the Primaris version with Victrix Honor Guard, they separated this unit out, but the old Metal Marnius Calgar got removed. So you could still get Ultramarines Honor Guard, which have the Ultramarines Honor Guard datasheet, which is this one. And that's the one you play in match play games. And then they added the new Marnius Calgar and Victrix Honor Guard, which also got separate datasheets. I'm going to say that was what happened. That's my forensic analysis, chat. So to answer the question, yes, you can play these Honor Guard. It's a unit of 2 guys with power axes, and they're 45 points a model rather than 50 now. So yeah. That's my expert opinion, chat. Done. What a confusing mess.
And people who love Harlequins genuinely love them, right? And we don't want to ruin their fun. So they're kind of... You're actually not that likely to meet Harlequins, like proportionately in an event, unless you're doing quite well, because they kind of sort towards the top tables. So by the time you kind of cross over the halfway mark, you're much more likely to meet a Harlequins player than you are like on the lower tables. So they are a bit of a bogeyman. and we really wanted to deal with them. Hopefully,
being able
we have to remember all the time with a game like Warhammer is, yes, there's the gaming experience, but also people put their time and effort into their collections. So we have like a very kind of emotional connection.
Just a small detour, yeah. Just a little trip down memory lane.
So we're quite conscious as a studio.
It's okay. We've had a couple today. It's been a long stream. We're allowed a couple detours.
Bit so that things settle a bit differently. I might encourage you, maybe there's a model that you really love, but you just think, I just don't think it's that great in the game. And we want to encourage people to be able to take those. But yeah, what we don't want to do is it be in a place where people can't use half their collection.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
There was another run we talked about last time, which was the Tyranids. You had to own them.
Yep.
And in Balanced Dataslate, there are 3 changes.
We don't want to make it so you can't use half your collection, but we will make Spore Mines cost reinforcement points. Get out of here. I got 6 biovores that would like to have a word with you, sir.
Right. Tell me about those.
Yeah, so the first one is to a stratagem called Overrun. So this is a good example. We were talking earlier about things that are a little bit uninteractive. So what Overrun effectively enables you to do, particularly combined with like a flying hive tyrant, is basically fly halfway across the board, kill a thing, and then fly away again, and your opponent can't do anything about it.
Yep.
So it's very powerful.
Yep.
Yeah, they can.
But it's also just really annoying.
You have to adopt
really
the correct
uninteractive.
formation to survive
So
by a flying hive.
as the Tyranid's opponent, you just feel like, what could I have done differently?
Yeah. Not deployed.
Yeah, exactly. and so you can imagine like the conversation at the end of the game.
It's not an ability that has 0 counterplay, because if the hive tyrant's still engaged at the end of the fight phase, it gets wrecked. So you have to create situations where the hive tyrant can't charge a single model in a unit, at least a single model in a unit that it can easily kill, which doesn't always, you don't always have the option, but especially on like turn 2, I see people who just like run 5 idiots out in the middle, and the hive tyrant's like, well, I'll kill those guys. And then run away. And then my opponent's like, oh, what could I do about this? I'm like, I don't know. Now put like 5 guys in front of my army.
Your opponent, they're like, what could I have done differently?
Although to be fair, it's not always possible, and it's not always easy, and it depends on the situation, but there is actual counterplay.
So, which is just like not helpful advice.
Play a game with no command points?
Yeah, exactly. So what we've done is we've said that Overrun doesn't work, particularly on flying hive tyrants. It doesn't work on monsters. Still a great stratagem, but not.
Yeah, chat. You have to pivot to all the different Harlequin models that they give you to play. Just play all the Harlequin models that weren't hit by the nerf. All the ones that they didn't nerf in the change, because they only changed one. Only one rule changed. So just play all the Harlequin models that you can play, which is I think exclusively webway gates. So just build your army out of webway gates. They didn't get nerfed at all. Although I think they went up 10 points. So get wrecked. But we don't want to invalidate anyone's collection. No.
Not an automatic include, and it stops the hive tyrant acting like a weird cruise missile.
With wings. Tell me about zoanthropes.
Yep, so zoanthropes. So the other thing, and this actually ties a little bit into the hive tyrant, Tyranids are really good at putting out mortal wounds, which is one of the other things.
They were really good. Correction. They were really good at putting out mortal wounds.
Is that Armor of Contempt was designed to make Marines more survivable, but actually a lot of like top lists in the meta just put out a lot of mortal wounds, which don't really care about your armor anyway. So zoanthropes are very, very efficient at putting out mortal wounds, and we've just taken the edge off that a little bit.
And there's been a change for Spore Mines as well. Tell me about that one.
Oh yeah, Kaiganil, of course. How could I have forgotten Kaiganil? Everyone's favorite Harlequin unit.
Yeah, so as we were saying earlier about like uninteractive.
So I think an interesting point there is they're like, well, Armor of Contempt was supposed to keep Marines alive, but Tyranids just smited them. Except that the reason that you took Mortal Wound spam in any faction, not just Tyranids, wasn't Space Marines. Or at least it wasn't like normal Codex Space Marines. It was like it was like Black Rune of Damnation lists, right? These and Harlequins and like all these other factions that had like mad invulnerable saves and attack modifiers where you can't attack them with conventional attacks. Space Marines are not part of that equation. Space Marines are just regular dudes. They're like the most banal attack profile in the game. So scapegoating Armor of Contempt is the reason to nerf Mortal Wounds is such bullshit. I'm gonna call them on that.
Mechanics. Spore mines are one of those ones that can be quite frustrating to play against. So
Tyranids
have been on a bit of a journey. So they're a very powerful codex. There's a lot in the Tyranid codex. And what you find is that as a particular build kind of bubbles to the surface and we take action, another one kind of finds a different way to get there.
It adapts like Tyranids do.
Exactly, it's very on theme. And so what you find is that the things that maybe people haven't been taking because they're the third best choice.
Just adapt like Tyranids do. You nerfed every archetype. I will move to the archetype that didn't get nerfed. Oh, hold up, there isn't one. Good, nailed it.
Actually become the best choice. Yep. And what you're really starting to see is like bubbling up through the kind of Tyranid meta is using spore mines in what's a very clever tactical kind of way, but it's just really frustrating to move block your opponents, screen out units of the board, put them on objectives so that no one can hold them. Those are things that, like I say, they're quite clever, but they're just very uninteractive. There's not a lot your opponent can do about them.
If you're controlling people getting to objectives, that's what the game's all about.
Oh, exactly. Which is why it's like it's really smart, but it's just not that much fun. And fundamentally, what we want is our game to be fun to play, right?
Fair play, man. The next one we've got on the list of things that are making changes is the subfaction of the Chaos Space Marines, the Creations of Bile.
Yeah.
What have you done there?
You want the game to be fun to play, chat. Just should we clip that? That's a dangerous quote to have sit out there. Fundamentally, we want our game to be fun to play. Just anytime any big changes happen. Flamers get released, D6 plus 3 automatic hits. Fundamentally, we want our game to be fun to play.
So really simple one. Again, there's a little bit of a theme today, actually, isn't there, around like uninteractive mechanics. So creations of
yeah. You want to talk about like, we want to remove the uninteractive, annoying archetypes from Tyranids. That's why we nerfed Carnifexes and the Trigon. What? Excuse me? Tell me who the person was who complained about playing against a Carnifex list. It's like so straight up 40k. It's like I put 7 monsters on the table that are all kind of mediocre, and I let you shoot at them for 2 turns before I did anything. Oh, that's the archetype that was too broken though. That was unfun to play against. Whatever, man.
The Bile have a super fun rule that basically.
I do not. I want to be clear too. I think I don't like the Spore Mine change because I think it's too heavy-handed, but I also don't care as much. I don't think I do think Spore Mines are kind of like a negative play experience. Anytime you generate free models, it's always like really awkward, and you have to be very careful about how you implement that in any game, not even just 40k. And it's a lesson that like basically every other game has learned at some point, and Games Workshop continues to be relearning it, I guess, because it seems like every edition something can generate free models, and then they need to nerf it like 6 months later. Yeah, Shima in chat here. Complain about Trigons.
You kill them, they can fight you back.
Friggin' Trigons,
great.
bad.
What we've done quite consistently actually across the game now is started to make that not automatic. So we did a similar thing where we looked at it for the Harlequins, and actually the reason why we don't like it being automatic is you have no play into them. If you're a combat army, you have to kill your opponent's models.
Yep.
The only way to kill them is to fight them, but if you fight them, they fight you back.
Yep.
So all we've done is just introduce that on a 4+. So it's not guaranteed that your Creations of Bile will fight back.
It's still a risk though, isn't it? You might think,
for sure.
Do I charge them or not? But
Yeah. And if you think about the averages, it means that like half the time they'll do it. Now sometimes it won't feel like that. There's some interesting psychology about how often you have to be successful before it feels like it's 50-50.
Yep.
And it's around about 70%. So, you have to win 70% of your games to make it feel like you win half of them. We're a funny species.
Not there yet.
But no.
Yeah, I think, there's units that, like very specific units they allow to fight on death automatically, but when it's army-wide, they tend to nerf it. Again, I don't think they did this for a power level thing. I think they nerfed COB on principle, which is kind of obnoxious because I don't think COB was like broken. It was just really annoying in a lot of matchups, but not busted. I don't know, I talked about it already. You can scroll back to way back in the video if you want to hear me wax philosophical about Creations Bile.
Me certainly not. So it will still feel sometimes like creations of Bible have a very potent ability, but it's not guaranteed.
Just shoot them now with your new tactical doctrines.
Exactly.
You can be in the whole game. That's fine.
Just bolt guns.
Not every change is as massive as the ones we've talked about already.
Sure.
The Adeptus Custodes have a small tweak to their rules. Tell me about that.
So previously we'd changed which units in their army had objectives secured, and we've just undone that change for their infantry units. So a little bit of a kind of a buff to those guys.
Now there's another one which is a popular one on the scene, which is the Necrons,
Yeah.
using the ancient dynasties of Relentlessly Expansionist and Eternal Conquerors together
Yeah.
to have massive objective secured units
Yep.
taking the objectives and also getting a pre-game move.
Yeah.
You've kind of stopped that happening. Haven't you?
Yeah, and I'm a little bit sad about that one because I really like the fact that like it's been dubbed the Obsec dynasty, like spelt like a Necron. Like, so I think that's really neat. But again, so one of the things people will have seen is Necrons are doing quite well. Their win rates are starting to drop a little bit as people figure out how to play against them. But the way that they're winning games at the moment.
Fight on Death and Earth, they could buff other aspects without making them bonkers. Yeah, that's much more difficult though. Like, buffing a faction. I mean, maybe they just make it like attack on death, so there's a chance that they shoot you. Like they make it, a single attack with one ranged weapon or something. So they also win shootouts, but that's like less thematically appropriate. But it's difficult to add a capability to a sub-faction that doesn't already have it. And Creations of Bile didn't do anything in the shooting phase. They never did anything in the shooting phase. That wasn't the goal. So, like, giving them more effectiveness in the shooting phase is very difficult. You have to, like, invent a new rule or something. They increased the points cost of Turbogans, chat. Turbogans went up 20. Yeah, it was like, it's a very, it's like a big rock, paper, scissors mechanic for sure. But I think that it's okay for that to exist in the game. Especially as a sub-faction. Like, if that was the only thing that all of Heretic Astartes did, I think that would be problematic. But it's all that one style of Heretic Astartes does, which means it's like a meta selection. It's like a tool in the toolbox rather than being like a army-defining trait, which I think is okay. Trigon died for the Sins of the Moloch. Yo, what if they literally forgot which one was which? Maybe it was like, does anybody remember in, was it 8th edition or beginning of 9th when they went through and nerfed regular Ogren in the Astra Militarum Codex because, like, clearly because regular Ogren were never played, like full stop never played. Bulgrin were played all the time, and they nerfed regular Ogren, and the tinfoil hat conspiracy was they just forgot which unit was the one. What if that is the same thing that happened here? They were like, the one that deep strikes. They're like, Trigon? Like, I don't know, sure. That's close enough. Nerf that one.
It is just by being really efficient at their secondary objective game. And again, it's kind of, you're waiting for your opponent to lose. So what the Necron player wants to do is basically not play. They just want to stand there and rack up points.
Yeah. The Dark Tide Ogren still playing for the nerf.
Which again isn't a great gaming experience.
The Dark Tide Ogren Slab Shield reduces your stamina because Bulgrin were broken in 8th edition 40k.
About in a bit for the mission pack, but some of it is that ability to combine those two. So all we've done is just made those two mutually exclusive.
It seems fair. Which one do you go for though?
So I think probably the objective secured is still the best pick.
It's
kind of
not.
What you've got in your army though.
You removed it from the game. What are you talking about? What?
There's also a couple of missions as well in the Grand Tournament pack which stop you making pre-games from actual deployment zone, but more on that in a bit. So the last faction,
guys, take Eternal Conquerors. Eternal Conquerors is the best sub faction in Necrons. Did y'all know? Did y'all? Every Necron player gonna be Eternal Conquerors player now. Okay, it's definitely not strictly worse than another option. Not even like just actually strictly worse. Jesus Christ!
What's going on?
Not even a meme.
Yeah. So again, the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Not an over exaggeration. Literally has less abilities than a different
a
subfaction.
roller coaster
What's
ride
up,
through the current
Do you
edition
agree
of
about
40k.
Eternal Conquerors
They
being,
were again the big bad
removed from
previously, but they've been underperforming for a while now. And so we've made 2 changes to those. Again, we'll talk about the points a bit later. But two key things. One is that the Cataphoron servitors gain the core keyword, which just means they gain access to a lot of the different kind of enhancements and things within that codex. And then the other thing is that the Skitarii veteran cohort is kind of dropping out of the game now. And so one of the things we've kind of ported over from that is the invulnerable save that the Skitarii units had from that. So their invulnerable save goes from a 6+ to a 5+.
Wasn't that only Rangers? Yeah. Oh, it was Rangers and Veterans, okay, and Vanguard. But so they just added it to the Servitor stuff and the what do you call it? The Iron Striders. Inky, calm down. Come hang out with me.
Plus, so they keep some of the benefits of the veteran cohort without actually the cohort itself.
That's a big buff.
Yeah, it's good.
You hope that'll take them from where they are to back into that Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, so I think that and the points. I think the points will have the biggest impact on them, but just kind of unlocking part of that book to the Cataphoron servitors. I mean, they're pretty tough. They've got good firepower, and they'll now get access to more of the kind of benefits from their characters and their stratagems and things that they haven't been able to up till now. And then just keeping the survivability of the Skitarii will also just stop it kind of pivoting one way or the other.
All right, the next thing to talk about is the Munitorum Field Manual. This is the new...
Yeah, y'all get a timestamp if you say something. If I say something funny, or these guys say something silly, y'all gotta throw a timestamp in there if you want me to save it for posterity. I will do a run through of this video for sure, but I'll definitely timestamp out sections for sure. But
new update for points
Does it
values
have a
in
clip
Match
function?
Play, which is a free download
Oh, it
on the
does.
One Community website.
There's a highlight video function. I've never used that. All right, whatever.
Right. First of all, before we talk about it, what is a Munitorum Field Manual and how is it used?
Yeah, sure. So it's essentially the points for every model in 40k that we are supporting in Match Play. So it doesn't include things that are in Citadel Legends, but basically everything that's in 40k, new points values for all of it.
And this is one of the big ways you balance the games out. Correct. By making really good units cost a bit more points and probably reducing the points on units that aren't used as much.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, the points value is like the economy of 40k, right? It's like how many things can I afford to put in my army on the battlefield? Yeah, so the higher a thing is in points values, the better it should be.
Makes a lot of sense. Right, so straight away, let's talk about the first one on the list I've got here. I'm really excited about Space Marines. And you've got quite a few points differences across the board there. What's it mean for them?
So there's an interesting thing around points. So that we use points for two things.
Yeah.
So one is overall faction, right? So if a faction is particularly struggling or doing particularly well, we can influence that by like kind of global changes, right? So overall, we've made Space Marines a bit cheaper. So you'll get more Space Marines on the battlefield than you would have done before. Yep. Right? It's like a global change. The other thing we use points for is actually like internal balance within there. So there's particularly in a range as big as Space Marines, there's some units that are very popular on the battlefield and maybe some that are spending a bit too much time in a figure case or a cabinet right now, and it'd be great to get out on the battlefield. And so we can use points values to play with those a little bit as well. So it might be that actually overall a faction's doing fine, but we still change some of the points values internally to maybe encourage certain units to be used that aren't used as often, or take the edge off some units that are seeing an awful lot of play. So we use those for those two things. And Space Marines, we're doing both. So a lot of Space Marine units now, their weapon options are free.
That's great.
Yeah, so people have started to see that already with things like Plague Marines and some other units that we've done previously, where we've said actually it doesn't matter whether you've got a flamer or a melter gun or a plasma gun, they're all roughly similar. So there's two things that does. One is it does net bring your points values down. It also makes army list building a bit more straightforward. But the other thing it does as well is maybe give.
I will say that is one huge benefit of the sort of free unit upgrades, is that I think the work moves from balancing the points against each other to balancing the actual weapon effect against each other, and I do think that there's more work to be done there. But I think that the amount that it simplifies list building makes me want everything to have it. Like, just make it, you know, assume that everyone's going to take the most optimal points build, the most optimal unit build. Include the points for those in the data sheet, and then just remove all weapon options from list building. I think that is the way to go, for sure. And I think I do wonder if like 10th edition is where we get that. I would love to see 10th edition come out with like a new series of indexes or something that just all have that style of list construction baked in. I think that'd be great.
Some of those units a bit of play that you might not have seen before. So they're Space Marines definitely winners in the points value thing.
That's great. We talked a little bit before about the fact that you might see like weapon combinations that may have been a bit expensive before be used, and as a result, units that we talk about the humble tactical squad, for example. Like if you've got a melter gun and a las cannon, and they're both now free, well, that's going to get a lot more play than before. Or you could the heavy melter rifles on your eradicators, or it doesn't matter which sniper rifle you've got on your eliminators. That's really cool.
Yeah, and so sometimes what we've done is people will see that maybe the base cost of a model has gone up. But his weapon options are free. So it kind of so I think when people see the thing, they're like, oh, but you said it went down, but it's gone up. And it's like the unit will have changed, like down, but particular things within it might have gone up.
With the number of people asking about Devastators in chat today, we definitely saw that. Devastators went up 5 points when all their weapons went down.
Looks like the Adeptus Mechanicus have had an army-wide points review as well. What's happened there?
Yeah, so similar thing. So some things in the Adeptus Mechanicus Codex are just a little bit overcosted. So we've given them a bit of a points break. So on the whole, AdMech have kind of gone down a little bit in points. And there's some units that maybe have gone down further than others just to encourage their use.
And the same sort of thing for Chaos Space Marines. You're trying to encourage use of the basic legionaries and the vehicles by the looks of it.
Yeah, so again, like Chaos Space Marines are a good example of an army that's like bang in the middle of where it should be, right? It's hovering around the 50% win rate in the previous mission pack, which is great. That's where we want them to be. So we're not making changes to Chaos Space Marines because they're overpowered or underpowered. We know that they will get a little bit of a downgrade from Armor of Contempt going away.
Yep, of course.
They used to benefit from it. But really, the points value changes in there are to just tweak the units that people take. Abaddon is very popular, which is good because he's awesome.
He's such a bargain.
But he is probably disproportionately taken over some of the other things that people could do. So Abaddon's points have gone up a little bit. Legionaries and some of the vehicles have come down. I think vehicles getting a bit cheaper again is a bit of a theme across 40k. I think infantry are just, in most play environments, just usually a bit of a better pick.
They have offset usually, and that's what the game's about.
Yeah, and they can hold objectives, they can move through terrain, they can get around the board, whereas vehicles sometimes get a little bit kind of stuck. They kind of get almost like a car park. You just get stuck in gridlock.
Can't get through a bit of terrain.
Yeah, exactly. So I think vehicles...
That is solvable with terrain keywords. That's only because you refuse to make vehicles playable. The problem with vehicles isn't necessarily the points value, it's that the terrain is like antagonistic to vehicle play in 40k. I kind of enjoy the fact that these guys are like, well, nobody plays vehicles because the mechanics of the game are against vehicles. And it's like, yeah, that's your job. Your job is to fix things like that. So like, why are we like making small points adjustments that ultimately won't matter to a unit type that's fundamentally unplayable, instead of, fixing the terrain rules, fixing the line of sight rules, repairing the game in such a way that it makes it more conducive to those unit types. Melta guns do like 12 wounds and cost 0 points now, chat. Now Meltaguns are almost universally free. Everything's fine. I would say the terrain rules for 9th weren't terrible compared to the terrain rules for 8th, which didn't exist. I think the terrain rules for 9th are actually very good. And they're so good, in fact, that they, within themselves, included a way to solve this problem with vehicles, and the community fucking shat on it. So I won't say it's entirely the fault of the design team. I think the community has something to... They shoulder some of the blame, because part of the issue with 40K is it doesn't have a standardized terrain system, which means everyone uses basically what is recommended by Games Workshop. And Games Workshop, because they have a model kit to push, they just push ruins all the time. Everything has to be a ruin or a building, which is, if you take the keywords that Games Workshop gives you, it makes tanks and vehicles, and especially melee vehicles, totally worthless. You could solve that by playing obscuring terrain that isn't buildings, that don't have huge solid walls you can't get through. But because no one does that, vehicles are terrible. And then these guys use the stats that say vehicles are terrible, and they're like, oh, vehicles need a buff. Do they? Do they need a buff, or do they just need to be able to move through a wall without being entirely shut down? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm like blaming the player, not the game, a little bit. But I do think that there are a lot of people who like games where in the 9th edition terrain rules are like a toolbox. They're like a kit of tools that you can use to like almost, you know, create the terrain features that you want. And people didn't use that in creative ways, I think, like ultimately.
Was kind of probably underrepresented on the battlefield compared to what people have in their collections. So again, vehicles across the board have kind of, on the whole, come down a little bit.
Great. Next up is Chaos Demons, who have had a few bit of tweaks here and there, but not Flamers.
You don't need... So because of the keyword system, you don't need to have the line of sight blocking elements of a terrain feature be three-dimensional, right? The requirements, even if you use the requirements of the obscuring keyword, where the terrain feature has to be 5 inches tall, the line of sight blocking portions of that terrain feature do not need to be 5 inches tall, and the footprint can extend beyond whatever the three-dimensional area of the terrain feature is. So all you need is a thin forest that has several trees on it and gaps between them that has the obscuring keyword. The trees are 5 inches tall, so you satisfy that, and then there are gaps between them, so units that can't move through breachable terrain do have some ways to move through. And you could even do it with a building that has like a big door in it or whatever. As long as you don't make it too large so that touching the edge of the terrain immediately makes you visible. You have to make the footprint of the terrain narrow enough so that it can hide you, and you have to make the gaps large enough for vehicles to fit through. But it's easy. It's easily possible with the current terrain rules. Just no one did it. So, whatever.
Flamers. So as we talked about earlier,
yeah.
You know, we found with Flamers that in order to really change them, you'd have to put the points up a lot, and then it just starts to get a bit daft.
Fair.
So we've changed the rule for Flamers. So Demons, again, it's about list diversity. So there's a couple of very popular lists, predominantly propped up by Flamers at the moment. I think Demons will probably see a good shake-up of what people take. And we've really looked at some of the things that are, again, underrepresented. So it's kind of a little bit of knowing that we've kind of taken...
just look at US Open, chat. Like, as much as I don't love the idea that there's like these line of sight blocking bricks, like curbs block line of sight and stuff, that don't have like three elements between them. Like, US Open maps have huge swaths of obscuring terrain that has no three-dimensional elements on them. Like, that already exists in the game. Just no one has like taken it to the next level that would actually improve the playability of a lot of units.
Taken one of the tools, toned down one of the tools that Demon players have got in Flamers, but also just encouraging list diversity. So things like Blood Crushers, some of those kind of cavalry units that maybe don't see that much play, we've given a bit of a points break too.
So the idea being like, oh, my Flamers aren't as good as they were, and those Blood Crushers are even cheaper. That's quite tempting.
Yeah, it's just a bit more of a. It becomes a bit more of a choice then, right? And I think most people who are playing the game in a kind of match play environment, really looking for puzzles to solve and problems to solve. That's part of what the fun is, right? There's the social side of it and the interaction with people and playing a game against somebody.
Thoughts on Imperial Knights after Omen changes?
Commander Cha-Cha, thanks for that super chat. So Knights didn't get any change in the data slate and didn't get any points ups in the Minotaur and Field Manual. I don't know what their secondaries look like, but I don't think that they have changed significantly. So I would say Imperial Knights are the same, if not better. Losing Armor of Contempt on a lot of stuff, I think, is a huge bump to Imperial Knights. So I would say Imperial Knights are actually looking very good. I guess on the flip side, like Marines are going to be better at shooting at them, but you're also going to be better at shooting back, so it's probably a wash. So I think Imperial Knights seem solid. Smoke screens should be a terrain feature with obscuring. That's what, so. So part of the reason I have strong feelings about this chat is that the first season of T5S2, I built bespoke maps for it that were that had, and actually they got used all the way through season 3, I think. They had elements with they had like smoke terrain features that were obscuring but had no 3D elements to block movement, so that you could hide behind them, but then you could move freely through them. And I assumed that would be a terrain, like a feature that gets picked up, and no one did it. But it like solves that issue, right? Entirely. We're like, oh man, my can't go through this wall. It's so bad. Like, just remove the wall. You don't need it. You could, if you wanna like, you know, play Letter of the Law with obscuring terrain, you put a single 5-inch tall stick on that base, and suddenly it's obscuring. Have I seen the rattling points per model? No, we skipped over Astra Militarum because it didn't have any changes marked. Is it typoed? Custodes Militar. $50 points per model. It's 50 points per squad, right? It's 5 models at 10 points apiece. This is that's good. That's amazing. That's just the Paragon War Suits all over again. 240 points a model, but they reduced the damage to 0, so that was pretty good. Yeah, it's 50 points per unit in the codex. That's so good. Can't you just openly decide what keywords you want to use? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the terrain, the individual terrain rules in 9th edition aren't like perfect. You can definitely improve them, but the system overall is just a list of tools that you can use to design the terrain that you want. But there are suggestions in the core rules for what terrain they suggest that you use, and everyone just uses those, even though they're like wrong and bad. Like you can design your own terrain to do whatever you want the terrain to do, and just no one does it. Everyone just takes GW at their word. And GW clearly just like stuck a bunch of keywords they thought would be cool on a terrain feature, and that ended up being, you know, how every ruin in competitive 40k works, which is kind of frustrating.
But some of it's that kind of puzzle solving and trying to make the most efficient thing and make choices. And
yeah, of course.
So what you want to do from time to time is just, like I said, shake the snow globe up and see where it all settles. Just because it means that you can't just do what you...
Oh, good. That's what we need. We need a snow globe being shaken in the metagame. We took an insanely balanced metagame, and instead of trimming Tyranids and Harlequins and Chaos Demons, just a big shaker. Everything changes now. Whatever.
We did last week. You actually have to like change the way you think about the game in some way, change about your list. We'll talk a little bit about the mission pack, which really is just a new set of puzzles for people to solve.
So you talked a little bit earlier on about Armour of Contempt going from the balanced data slate, and armies having huge APs going to be able to benefit from that because, of course, it means a lot more now. And as a result, the Tau have had a little bit of a tweak in the points values as well. Tell me about those.
So there's two things with Tau. So Tau are in a pretty good place overall. They've got a lot of really useful tools. They've got a lot of good firepower. And actually, they can flex either way between like high volume or high AP. And so we're trying to do two things with Tau. One is around list diversity. So you tend to see very similar Tau lists doing very well. And it'd be great to see some of those lesser used units. But also, as we take out some of the top guns in a particular meta environment, some of those ones that are sitting in like the B list suddenly become A. And I think that the new kind of meta environment for Tau would be very favourable. Armour of Contempt going away does give them a real direct benefit. So we're just kind of putting a little bit of a damper on that, so that what we're not talking about in 3 weeks' time
is the Tower being on 70%. It's really interesting. It's a preempt to a problem you foresee.
Did they just wish list? Yeah, hold up, chat. Did he just wish list what the meta would be? He's like, you know what I want is a meta where you play different stuff. But it's like, first of all, why did you make an army where every single effect keys off of Crisis battlesuits? The design of the army is that you only play Crisis battlesuits, and then you complain that Crisis battlesuits are overplayed? What? They're like, oh, everyone only plays Crisis battlesuits in Kroot. It's like, well, why did you make Kroot pre-game move and 6 points a model and fulfill compulsory troop slots and objective secured? And then also let every ability synergize almost exclusively with Crisis teams. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So they're like, it's like, it's up to you. You think the power's in your court to fix that. And they're just like, I wish it was like this. Like, you can make it that. You can do that. It's up to you.
Rather than a reaction to the numbers you get. That's really interesting. Do you do like quite a lot?
Yeah, so one of the things about 40k is it's a massive game.
Yeah,
you know, there's like, I don't know, 1,400 data sheets or something, and 24 factions with 6 sub-factions each. It's an awful lot of moving parts, which means that it's a very complex system. There's a load of interactive parts. So when we change a thing, you get these ripples across the system, and it's really hard to predict this change over here. What does it do? We're not quite butterflies flapping their wings causing storms, but not far off, right? And so what we try and do is, we do try and look ahead a little bit of going, well, actually, if we introduce a new apex predator, what does it do to that ecosystem? If we take the predator out, what happens? If you get rid of all the wolves, your deer population gets massive, that kind of stuff, and really trying to make sure that we don't overcorrect in one way or another, or just create a gap where like a previously maybe okay army suddenly kind of pops to the top. Because it's actually no fun for anybody, right? Even though sometimes it might feel like it'd be fun to have your army be the top of the pile for a while. Actually, you still want to win the game because you were good at Warhammer and you were lucky. And you don't want your opponent to be like, yeah, but you only beat me because you used X.
Special rule X, Y, Z, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's you want your...
So many people are like, and I have the same thought a lot of times. Are just like, you know what will be the worst thing ever is my army was the best army in 40k, and like playing Tyranids with the new Tyranid Codex has been like, it's been very similar. And I think post Leviathan nerf, it hasn't felt quite the same way, but like it sucks so hard when you're like, you don't feel like a codex allows you to flex any tactical muscles. And on top of that, if everyone is just like against that codex and everyone just bitches about it, it just sucks to play. And I totally agree with that like sentiment. Is that you want the game to be balanced because you want everyone to like be able to win on their own merits. And I don't entirely think that in a lot of situations that hasn't been the case. But I think we're I mean, getting there a little bit. I am glad that Tyranids got nerfed for that reason, but I think it went too far for sure. People love smashing with a broken codex, but like, people like winning. I think a lesser proportion of people like winning because the stuff they played is mathematically better than their opponents. Certainly some people are like that, but I wouldn't say like the vast majority of people are like that. I just think that like at a competitive level, people enjoy getting the W. The best way to get the W is to play the best army, but there's a common like it's, you know, a core tenet of game design is that if you give a player will optimize the fun. This is a Mark Rosewater quote, but players will optimize the fun out of any game because humans are just geared towards optimization. So anybody who's trying to win a game is gonna play the most optimal build that they can. The problem is that the most optimal build is oftentimes can often be the least fun, and that's when people start to get frustrated with games. So people are gonna play the most powerful army regardless, and the goal of the game designers is to make the most powerful army require a, you know, an input from the player to be effective. And it's just not the case, unfortunately, for games for 40K a lot of the time. They fixed Marines. There's more of them, which means more of them will die. Not wrong.
Your opponent to go, that was a great game, I had a really good time. You deserve the win, you know, or that was really lucky when it came down to that 4-up save at the end of the game and you rolled a 4. And you're like, well, I could have 50-50 could have gone the other way, right? Those are the games that people want to play. No one really wants to play where they just lose or just win. It's just like...
Christmas GSC army has jumped massively in points. No, GSC went down. GSC dropped a bunch of points. Adeline Jackals were the only thing that went up, but they only went up because all their upgrades got free. So the Wolf Quad went up 6 points, but dropped 10 points on like all of its heavy weapon upgrades. And the unit itself got power weapons for free. So they went up 3, but then the cost of power weapons just got baked in. And then like everything else in the Codex either went down or got free weapons. So Genestealer Cults probably dropped like a ton of points. Not like a huge amount, but you know, a couple dozen for sure.
Like, it's just not that much fun, you know. So it kind of appeals sometimes of like, oh, it'd be so good if I could just win all my games. But you want to win your game because you got good at the game, right?
I dream of such things.
Yeah,
Tell
exactly.
what else is really good fun, right? Is playing against a massive horde of Tyranids.
For sure.
I've done it before and it's great fun. And it looks like there's a bit of an overhaul on the points value for that faction to try and get us towards that more playstyle.
Yeah, again, you know, we talked earlier about some of the, I guess, like preventative measures that we've put in for Tyranids, the things that tone them down a little bit. But again, we want a little bit of list diversity. So particularly like their swarmy infantry have had a little bit of a points break. Again, just to encourage some of those.
Wait, excuse me? What did you just say to me? Chat. Oh, chat. Did we totally misread this whole document about how all of the Tyranid infantry got points cuts? I say as I can't find the Tyranid section of the breakdown. Where are Tyranids? I deleted them out of frustration. This is Chaos Demons. Azuriani, Chaos Knights, Undivided Chaos. Harlequins, Drukari, more Drukari, Leagues, Necrons. Alright, this is gonna be a bit, but I forgot where the Tyranids are. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Oh guys, the swarmy infantry. It got a points break. Guys. I didn't even notice. Look it, we missed it. Gargoyles. Look at this points value. Gargoyles went down. They dropped precipitously from 8 points to 8 points. How did I miss that? Hormigons. Now we can take so many more Hormigons. You know how many more Hormigons we can take? None of them, because of the same fucking points value. Oh, at least Termagants went down, though. Right? What was the points value of a Termagant before this change? Let's think. Wahapedia, could you answer this question for me? How many points is a Termagant? Oh, 7 points! The same value that's in the document. Incredible! But at least, surely the support mechanisms of this archetype must have gone down in points, right? For example, The Turvagon? That's went up 20? Oh, okay. What about the Zoanthropes or the Venomthropes that support them defensively? No, those all went up too? Mr. Stu, where did the points drop? I know, Inky. It's unacceptable. Yeah, Inky's so mad about these Tyranid changes.
Seeing them on the table, it's great seeing swarms. It really is good.
It's really good, isn't it? Yeah, it's very, very cinematic.
We've also got changes here for the Genestealer cults as well. They've had some of their weapon options and things that are looked at.
Just like straight up lied. Straight up lied. What about Warriors? Stayed the same points cost. Oh, except for almost every weapon they had, which went up by 5 points. I've already salted about the changes. Like, I think we're over that stage.
What do you think of running 100 Necron Warriors Wofi update?
100 Necron Warriors. I'm sad to say it's probably worse than it was before. Because at least before you got pregame move. Now you don't play, well, maybe you just play a Redonkulous Expansionist anyway. I'm not sure I rate it, honestly. Like, Horde Clear is not traditionally had trouble with like T4 4-up save. And I don't think, like, you know, getting slightly more Necron Warriors, I think, is just sort of adding tomatoes to the tomato soup. Just take Genestealer Cult troops. Oh, yeah, how did I forget? I'll just take my Genestealer Cult patrol detachment as an ally. Oh, wait, what? I can't? Arcs of Omen didn't include them? Okay. You're right. I forgot. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
As well, just a little tweak for them.
Yeah, again, their win rate is like bang on in the middle, right?
Great,
which is fabulous.
They're above average,
but
actually.
Really, they probably have one, maybe two lists that everyone uses that's posting those kind of successes. And again, what we want is the whole thing to be viable. So there's kind of like a theme that runs through this points review, or two themes really. One is a lot of weapon options get folded into the base cost of things. Which tends to bring the points value of that unit down, but also simplifies army construction. And then the other theme is that internal balance thing. So we have looked at every points value of every model in the game. Yep, it's like a giant mega spreadsheet of doom. Yeah. And really tried to make sure that actually all of those choices are meaningful choices. You know, they're options. So when you look
at a spreadsheet of every model in the game, but like, we accidentally deleted half of it. We like Control X'd. And then didn't save. Somebody hit save real quick by accident. We couldn't revert. So we just changed random points values.
Through whatever codex that you're looking through, you should be able to look at all the units and go, oh, okay, I can see how Wired use those. Oh, those guys might be really good.
I haven't looked at the updated Tyranid secondaries now.
A bit more efficient now than that other thing.
If somebody has a link to the actual secondaries, put them in the chat. I'll take a look.
And you want that kind of experience, right?
That's literally how Tyranids see a planet. By the
exactly,
way.
Exactly that. They're like, oh, this one looks tasty.
Cool. So just before Christmas, a few weeks ago, we saw revealed the new Arcs of Omen Grand Tournament mission pack.
Nergomat, you'd have to create that spreadsheet first. These guys don't have a spreadsheet they look at. They just throw darts at the dartboard, the faction balance dartboard.
I
have it right here, actually.
Attachments and things there as well. Before we get into the details of it, it is really cool. Tell me about the seasons and the mission packs and why you guys do them.
Yeah, so as we alluded to earlier, like when you're playing the game of 40k,
it's still here.
What we're really doing is playing some missions, and those missions give you kind of how do I win, how do I set my men up, and what other things are going on. And fundamentally, that's it, right? If you think
you're right. That's all it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like so. You know, when we were kids and you just put all your models on a battlefield and just shot everyone until one person had no models left. That was a mission, right?
We still do that now.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Okay. But that's got a win condition. It's got a deployment. But fundamentally, that's what missions are. And then what the ones we do in the Grand Tournament mission pack are about is how do people solve the puzzle of efficiently scoring victory points faster than their opponent and stopping their opponent.
Do they make changes by chopping a chicken's head off, seeing where it runs to? No. Nothing as barbaric as that. They take the chicken's entrails and search through them to divine. They have a seer, like a psychic, divine, based on animal entrails, what changes they should make.
Opponents scoring victory points. And so what we try and do with the mission pack is we try and like shake up the meta every 6 months. So a season lasts 6 months, then we do a new mission pack. You know, people will be familiar with the Nephilim one that we've just come out of. Before that, we had the Nachman pack. And what they try and do is keep the kind of, particularly the organised play kind of scene fresh. You know, so there are now hundreds of thousands of gamers playing games every weekend in organised events. So they get closer and closer towards the end of a season of solving that, of course, right? Yeah. And figuring out what is the most optimal things to do, how do you play all those missions. You know, some people who take it very seriously actually are then kind of practice missions and setups, and they know exactly how far it is from this thing to that thing. So what we try and do with those mission packs is just give people a new set of challenges. So that could be different win conditions, that could be different ways of building your army, that could be different secondaries that you can choose from, that could be different maps to play on. And what it does is it just means you can't do what you did before. So the solutions that you'd figured out for those particular puzzles aren't the solutions anymore. Now some of them will be familiar, but it just gives you different things to think about.
That's really great. It means every game's going to be fresh every few months. It gives something else to think about.
Yeah, exactly.
The big thing, my thing I'm most excited about in the new pack is the new detachment, the Arcs of Omen detachment, which at first glance just makes building your army a lot simpler.
It does. So effectively what it does is it kind of collapses all of the current detachments into one mega detachment. And one of the things that we're really pleased about with the current edition of 40k is that you can build all kinds of different lists, right? So if you want to take like a first company Terminator army, you can. If you want to take like a sneaky army, you can. If you want to take a whole army of vehicles, you can. There's like a detachment that will suit whatever it is that you wanted to do. And that's really, really good for all types of play. What we've tended to find within match play, though, is that because you pay command points for different types of detachments, it kind of funnels people into certain types of builds.
Of course, yeah.
And what the new Arcs of Omen detachment enables people to do is have that flexibility to build the kind of armies that they might want to build in a simpler, but also like more cost efficient from a command point of view.
Yep.
So yeah, we should give people people should just be able to use the list they used last week. You shouldn't have to change anything. You just organise it slightly differently, but it gives you options to do things that maybe you wouldn't have done in the Nephilim mission pack in terms of like the types of armies you might build.
It kind of sounds like they're like, well, people like optimize, right? When we use the normal match play missions, like people optimize their list and pay CP for it. We're just gonna let them play the same list but for free. It's just this like a strict upgrade to whatever it is. I don't know. It feels weird because they're like, we want people to be able to play whatever they want. But if you give people unlimited ability to play anything, they're just gonna funnel into the same thing. Like I think a metagame is gonna revolve around the battlefield roles that are most effective within an Arcs of Omen detachment, and then that's all anyone's ever gonna play for sure, 100%. There's no way it doesn't happen.
And the types of units you might pick.
I'm really excited. It means you can take more heavy support choices.
Correct.
But without taking command points. Players have to take one of these attachments, so there might be some restrictions. You might see less, say, Lords of War.
You see Lords of War are part of the Arcs of Omen detachment itself. So one of the things we wanted to do is...
You keyed me up perfectly for my next point about how we're pushing Lords of War really hard in this season. Why, thank you.
Lords of War always felt a little bit like this little outlier that's stuck on the side, and we actually, for some armies, these are amazing centerpiece models that people have spent ages building and painting. Be great if they use them on the battlefield.
That's perfect. Yeah.
They've got a points value.
Yep. So I clicked on the tabletop tactics thing,
but also paying command points for them.
We can talk about
sometimes tips them into like, I don't know if I will, and that's just a bit sad.
Another easy choice you've helped us made is that strategic reserves are now free.
Yep.
Cost no command points.
Correct.
It's great when you've got less command points in the game. You can now really think about whether you're going to use them or not.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's two things we wanted to do with strategic reserves. One is we wanted to simplify what command points do. So command points effectively now just power stratagems.
Yep.
Whereas kind of in the core rules of 40k, command points can be used for stratagems, they can be used for like pre-game things, they can be used for strategic reserves. Whereas actually we're like, I'm buying detachments, and we're like, no, let's just make it really simple. Command points, stratagem, fuel. That's what they do. And the other thing we wanted to do with strategic reserves is it helps make the game more dynamic. So you don't have to try and hide everything in turn 1 in case you go second. You can actually just hide stuff off the board if you want. But also, as the game progresses, those units can kind of come on from the flanks. So you actually get a slightly more dynamic style of play. And again, we'll encourage certain units that maybe have seen less play in previous mission packs really start to come into their own if they can.
I do think there's going to be an interesting tug of war between free strategic reserves and I'm imagining, and this I'm totally happy to be wrong about this, but I'm imagining that the Arcs of Omen season is going to have significantly lower model counts than previous ones because everyone's incentivized to take elite units and vehicles, right? All their Lords of War are hyper buffed. And no one has to take troops anymore, so the most numerous battlefield role slot in the game can mostly be removed. And the so I'm envisioning that we're going to see a lot of these big tank formations and these Titan lists and stuff like that, and that means that screening is going to be significantly harder. So having free strategic reserves, I think, is going to be actually really interesting because I think there's going to be metas where these heavy weapon squads will pop out of the side and blow up a bunch of tanks. They're going to be pretty strong, and there's going to be very little counterplay to them if people don't take troops. So I think we're going to end up with Arcs of Omen detachments slowly building back towards what they had. Get prepared for the first couple weeks of the new edition of the new season to be skew land, where everyone's running triple Lords of War or some garbage. And then things will slowly gravitate towards a more normalized list build.
Actually come on from your opponent's half of the table.
It's going to change everything. It really is. So looking at the way players score their points throughout the game, you've taken the chance to look at them.
Yeah, chat. For those who haven't seen it all yet, go watch I have videos for the last 2 weeks. I've been talking about it every day basically. But yeah, there's a new detachments type that you have to take in GT missions, and it's like a super battalion basically. It has enough slots for almost everything. It doesn't cost any command points, but it's the only detachment you can take unless you take a super detachment, allies.
Both primary objectives throughout the games and the missions, but also secondaries as well in the new tournament pack. Tell me about what you've changed with them.
Yeah, so essentially, that's how you win the game. The mission gives you a set of parameters of how to win, some win conditions, which usually are around holding objectives somewhere on the battlefield. And what we've done with the Arcs of Omen mission pack is less radical than the army list changes that we've just been talking about. So that's the big change, is how you pick your force. Really, with the Arcs of Omen mission pack, what we've looked at is kind of tuning those secondaries and primaries. So they are...
Yeah, pre-game selection is still the same. Yeah, you don't have to pay for detachments for the most part. I think we don't have the whole rules yet, but it looks like there is one instance where you might have to pay 2 CP for a detachment. But 99% of the time, you won't have to pay any command points for any detachments, but all your pre-games are still the same. You start with 6 command points. You pay Warlord, pay Relic, Warlord trait, Relic, any other requisition stratagems you spend. Your strategic reserves are free, but your pre-game stratagems are still cost you points.
Predominantly variations on what people will be familiar with the Nephilim mission pack, but maybe your favourite secondary now only scores you 3 when it used to score you 4, or vice versa. Some of them have been tuned the other way. And we've also looked a lot at some of the timing issues around some of those secondaries. So you sometimes find a faction has a secondary that's very similar to another faction's, but maybe one scores at the end of battle round, one scores at the end of turn. And actually, although that sounds quite minor, it actually makes a big difference. If I score,
make a big difference. It's almost like those two secondaries should be amalgamated into one secondary to reduce the disparity between these different factions. But I don't know. Just don't mind me. Just continue making bespoke rules for every single army in the game, and then complain about how 40k is too complex and it's too hard on people. Hi, Inky.
Turn that it's really hard for you to stop me. Mm-hmm. I'm scoring at the end of the battle round, then sometimes you'll get a turn before I actually score. So I'll put my troops into position, or I'll do an action, or I'll set something up to score, and then you have a whole turn to stop me. So what we've tried to do is kind of unify those a little bit, so a bit more consistent across the suite of secondaries that people can choose, as well as tune all of the individual scoring, and a similar thing with the actual like primary missions themselves. So again, some of the scoring's tweaked a little bit, but they're not radical changes to those. Those are probably more familiar to people than the changes to army selection.
Stu, it's been a real pleasure picking your brains about all the brand new.
Real pleasure picking your brains there, Stu. Just a great time. I liked the part where you discussed changes that were never implemented. That's my favorite. Those were my favorite parts of the discussion. Good stuff. Man, GW, Warhammer's, multimedia services are just kicking it out of the park today. All right, I did see the Tabletop Tactics website breakdown of secondaries, so we'll talk about that. I'll do that real quick, and I'll wrap things up. We've been live for like 4.5 hours right now, so it's maybe nap time for Trevi. Guy only just realized that end of turn is important. Good stuff. Yeah, I nailed it. All right, generic secondaries. No changes to bring it down. Assassination, you get the CP. We talked about that. Grind them down. You get a CP of troops, war dog, or armigers. Killy in it, yeah. This seems so. Knights already took grind a lot of times. Although maybe it was tough. It was not necessarily the right call, but they took it. This seems incredible for them. Maybe not regular knights, because regular knights already gain CP automatically from their oath, right? But Chaos Knights might take this a lot. CP regeneration Chaos Knights is incredible. They don't have to take that like terrible relic for it. Abhor the Witch, no changes. Love that for everyone. Sick, dude. The best secondary in the game. Psychic Interrogation. Identical? Literally not what Goonhammer said. Alright, Tabletop Tactics. Who's correct here, chat? Nurgle, man, you're all nurgly. You know you love people digging around in there. So yeah, can we get a third party? Can we get a third party confirmation here? There's got to be someone else who got a preview copy, right? That isn't Goonhammer. Or isn't Tabletop Tactics.
Sup Trevi, it's true. I actually didn't realize you were TacticalTortoise when I first met you.
Hey, how's it going, Drew? This is okay. I do play with my brain and objectives, but I don't wear it on my sleeve a lot in out and about. Some people get surprised. They're like, what? You have a YouTube channel? But thanks for the $20. That's awesome, man. Really appreciate you, dude. But yeah, it helps a lot. Yeah, so Goonhammer said it's visible, right? But Tabletop Tactics does not say it's unchanged. Oh, there was a video of a guy that said it was visible? Okay, so it's probably visible and they just missed it. BEL, when up a point, you get 1 CP of troops, war dog, or armiger is one of the units. Interesting. It's actually kind of a huge deal. If you have deep striking troops, engaged on all friends scores exactly the same. All 4 table quarters now requires them to be 3 inches away from other table quarters. Why isn't it just 3 inches all the time? Engaged on all friends is so difficult right now. It's so weird. Raise the banners, no changes. So the video, the part where they reference the Nakbun version of the video must have been wrong. and retrieve. Is retrieve battlefield data now? That's much better. I love that. No changes as well. Okay, fair enough. Let's talk about some frickin' faction secondaries. Codex Warfare for Adeptus Astartes. Now these I'm gonna have to like actually read the differences for. It's killing units inside a doctrine, right? With a doctrine thing. No maximum for each doctrine, so you can score quite well if your target priority is good and there are enough units to murder. Score 2, so it's 2 points for each unit that was destroyed as a result of a heavier grenade and Devastator. 1 point. Oh, so it used to be 2 points to a maximum of 5. So now it's just 2 points. Jesus Christ, really? So like, if you take like if you're playing Iron Hands, right, and you're in Devastator Doctrine all 5 battle rounds of the game, you could kill 7 enemy units and you score 14 points with heavy weapons. Auto take. Why is it? It really didn't change the points value score with Devastator Doctrine weapons? Are you for real? Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. So if you just play only heavy weapons, you just get 2 points every time you kill an enemy unit. Must be nice, dude. That's crazy. Contributing to the Bring Trevi to LVO fund. Tell LVO to get me on as a commentator, and I'll go. Yeah, that's insanity right there. That's so good. Jesus Christ. Battlefield Shock Tactics unchanged. Oath of Duty in Oaths of Moment. So the Oath of Duty is the 1 victory point if a core or character unit is wholly within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield. And it went to 2 VP. Done by any Astartes unit. That's just the old version, right? So it just reverted its changes? Wow. Those are some hot fucking secondaries, dude. Bathe Your Blade got removed, whatever. That was bad. Carry Out Your Vows. This is the one that has a different one depending on the Templar vow that you do, right? Yeah. Endgame component nets you 5 VP up from 3. So the progressive component is you kill more people with melee attacks than you lose units total, up to 12. And then up to 5. So you can score 10 on that potentially. Oh, you could score 8 because it's 4 victory points around. So you could get 13 if you max the end game and then also get 2 points in the progressive, which is a little bit more flexible. Gives you 3 victory points if you satisfy one condition. So up to 4, or up to 5. Which is either killing the Warlord with a melee attack. Okay. An infantry unit that is not below half strength is in your opponent's deployment zone at the end of the game. Okay. Destroy an enemy psyker character during the game. It's kind of easy. Sorry, like demons players and stuff. You lose a Lord of Change. Like, oh, it's 5 points right there. Sorry, guy. And I also took up Whore. Get wrecked. And then an enemy unit with 20 or more models, or wounds character versus 20 was destroyed by Black Templar's unit. If he took accept any challenge no matter the odds. So yeah, those are kind of tricky, especially the maneuver ones seem very tough. But you get it. That's a pretty reasonable 13er, I think. If you can score the extra thing, so that seems fine. Blood Angels kept Relentless Assault. Everything else got removed. I think we saw that coming a mile away. It's sad that Fury of the Lash is removed. I think that was really cool secondary. It's also extremely strong. But that kind of frees up Blood Angels list building a little bit, where you would go back to like 1 to 2 Death Company instead of like 3+. And you can take other stuff. But I think on the whole, it's going to make the whole faction a lot tougher to play. Hold up. Dark Angels get 2? Oh, I guess because it's a Deathwing one and a Ravenwing one. All right. So this is move and kill people, and then this is pick an objective and hold it at the start of your turn. And you get progressively more and more. Cull Order for Deathwatch. 5 VP for every battlefield roll. So it is... You pick 3 battlefield rolls. It used to be score 4 victory points if every unit in your opponent's army with that battlefield roll was destroyed. Now it's 5. So that's good if they have, like, Lord of War, like 1 LOW, 1 troops or whatever, and then 1 or 2 or something else. And you just get, like, a 10 relatively easily. That's a tough one, though. Be like, kill every HQ your opponent has. And you're like, all right. Tough. Bolster barricades. No changes. Imperial Fist, you're doing it, man. You're really doing it. I'm so proud of you, buddy. You get that light cover, dude. Right, Inky? They're going to get so much light cover by bolstering the barricade on an objective. It's going to be so good. Incredible. Inky, cut it out, girl. What are you doing? Come over here. All right. Cold Fury. Both instances of Holy Within have changed to Within. Oh my god. Does that, Oh my god. They can have that and Codex Warfare? Jesus Christ, dude. Just every buff for Iron Hands. Raven Guard didn't change. Promethean Creed. I think we talked about this a little bit when that was originally spoiled. Kept it 2 BP for being shot at and not dying. It used to be 3. Warrior Pride sticks around. That's a good one. Warrior Pride is solid. Especially since it's Battlefield Supremacy, so it's not really competing with too much. March from a Crag, no changes. Could have made these complete at end of turn or something, but no. Or performable in your undeployment zone. No, we just made them unplayably garbage. And then Lightning Strike for... Which I don't even remember what it does. It's how often I see white scars on the table. Score 3 victory points for each enemy character or monster was destroyed by a melee attack. Monster, not vehicle. Great. Amazing. That was destroyed by a melee attack made by a white scars unit that made a charge move. So the use case is so narrow. Monster or vehicle, melee on the charge. Okay. 1 victory point for each other enemy unit destroyed by a melee attack if you made a charge move. 1 victory point for each enemy unit that was destroyed by a ranged attack if you advanced. Up to a maximum of 5. Incredible. Not great, but not the worst. Misk Imperium. We lost Slay the Heretic. I don't think I ever saw anyone take that, so nothing of value was lost there. Defend the Shrine, unchanged. Sweet. Sacred Grind, slightly reduced scoring. Unit 4 VPs. Objectives not wholly within your deployment zone, so you probably get... That's in the missions where it's good, it's a 12er instead of a 15er, which is solid. Inky's got the zoomies? Maybe. Yeah, she might. It's a little early for zoomies, though. She's like a midnight zoomer. Leap of Faith is completely reworked. Now you have to discard a miracle die at the end of the battle round. Gets you 1 victory point for a 1 to 3. 4 to 5 gets you 2. If you spend a 6, it's a 3. Capped at 12 max. Yeah, I like that. It's actually much better. Just like from a playability standpoint. I think it's still fine. I guess it's end of battle round. So you'd have to do it... To get max, you'd have to do 3. You have to spend 3 or 4 6s, or like 4 4-ups, a 1 and a 6. Yeah, actually, now the more I think about it, I like the thought more, but it seems really difficult. If this was end of each turn, I think I would like it, because then you could score. You could discard at the end of your turn and then discard at the end of your opponent's turn. So if you just keep generating ones, you just keep burning them for 1 BP. And then that's like a 5-er at the end of the game. But you have to burn through 10 Miracle Dice, which is a lot. Or it's a 10, sorry, at the end of the game. Yeah, that seems a little tough. But at least Defend the Shrine stuck around. 2 6s and 3 4 or 5s. Not according to this. It says you can discard a Miracle Dice at the end of a battle round. So I don't think it doesn't sound to me, according to this breakdown, that you can discard more than once a turn. If you can, it's probably workable, but if you can't, it's super tough. So I guess that's the question. If they like if they misread it like they did the other objective, then who knows what it is. Custodes, no changes at all. Add mech. Accretion of Knowledge. Gotta look up all the ad mech secondaries because I have no idea what they are. So Accretion of Knowledge is you score 3 victory points for each enemy model that was destroyed that has a warlord trait, a relic, or is a vehicle with 14 or more wounds. Now it's vehicle with 8 or more wounds, so almost every vehicle in the game. Wow. That's super good against vehicle armies. Holy shit. It's a bring it down against vehicles. It's like 3 times as effective. Okay. And then also gives you the ability to kill characters potentially to score. Eradication of Flesh. This is the one where you kill more enemy units than you lose vehicles. Yeah. Gives you 4 points now at the end of the battle round if you more enemy units were destroyed by Adeptus Mechanicus vehicles than Adeptus Mechanical vehicle units from your army that were destroyed by enemy units. So it's grind them down, but it only looks at your own vehicles. And which is actually really solid. Unless you're playing like Iron Strider spam and you're running like a bunch of 1s, you probably will kill more models with vehicles than you lose vehicles. Or if you take a bunch of Dune Riders, the transports. It can go wrong on that, but if you're still running infantry squads, you're probably fine. Hidden Archaea Vault, especially since you only need to do it 3 rounds gets you a 12, which is fine. 4 rounds maxes you. So even if you get cut 1 or 2 rounds, it's not the end of the world. Unlike grind them down. You get cut 2 times and grind them down, you're sub 10. You feel really bad. Hidden Archaea Vault. Up to 5 victory points, scores at end of turn, then end of battle round. So your opponent selects 1 objective marker on the battlefield, not within their deployment zone. At the end, so then it becomes at the end of your turn, if you control a hidden Archaea Vault objective marker with an Adeptus Mechanicus unit, then you get 5-er. Yeah, I think it depends. That's mission dependent. I can see missions like, what's the word? Tear down their icons. Like, that could be really difficult. Because you have to cross the midboard, which you really don't want to do as Adeptus Mechanicus. But you only have to do it 3 turns in a game. And 2 is acceptable, so it's probably fine. But if it's like if it's a mission with like 2 in your deployment zone and 1 midboard, then it's like immediately incredibly good. And I guess like with the amount of redeploy and forward deploy that AdMech have, they can just like, if you have 1 objective in your deployment zone, 1 objective outside your deployment zone, that's the one the enemy picks. Then you have your 2 objectives on your side and 1 in the center. You just put everything across in that objective marker and you just force it down basically. So it's probably playable. You just set the line of engagement on that objective and you just say, I'm going to control it at the end of each turn. I'm going to do it 3 times and then everything's dead. Lasgun and Bayonet, no changes. Special Orders, no changes. Oh no, Special Orders is gone, which is good. That was a terrible secondary. Boots on the ground can be 3 inches away from the center with platoon infantry. So it used to be just 6 inches away with a banner which is weird. Inflexible command. I talked about the changes to inflexible command in the video yesterday. Imperial Knights lost Duel of Honor. Then no one took that one. Everything else unchanged. God damn, dude. Imperial Knights are going to be so strong. Plus, they get this like benefit on Grind Them Down if they don't take Honor of the House. Grey Knights, VP for killing demons, amazing. Teleport assaults. So it's at the end of the battle round, you score 4 victory points if one or more enemy units are destroyed by Grey Knights. So it becomes 5 victory points. Grey Knights model from your army that was set up on the battlefield using Teleport Strike, Teleportation Shunt, or Gate of Infinity. So you have to do it 3 turns, but it's a little tough because you can only maybe you teleport Shunt round 1, but you really force your opponent to give you things to kill with those units. So I guess it's matchup dependent. Purifying Ritual is Warp Charge 6. Blah. It was like 4 before, right? Or 5? But they don't have a bonus to cast. Yeah, it was 5. And they changed it so you can't retry on the same objective, right? You score 1 if you purify 1, 2 if you purify 2, 4 if you purify 3, which is usually what you do. Which means you have to do that 4 rounds in a row. So you have to complete 12 consecutive Warp Charge 6 psychic powers. Yeah. Jesus. Oh my god, dude. That's brutal. That doesn't feel like a big change, but because you have to cast that power so many times, it's huge. Oh my god. Purifying Ritual goes from an 18% to a 28% fail rate. Yeah, exactly. And it's not even just that it the fail rate goes up, but it's an increased fail rate on such a repeatable action because you just do it so many times. That feels real bad, actually. Just increase the warp charge, but just let people do it multiple times a turn. Really, you want Grey Knights to be good? Give them their +1 to cast back. Straight up. Just give them +1 to cast. That would make that faction so much more playable. It's just it's this faction that relies on psychic powers and has 2 buffs to cast that are all really hard to generate. It's just so weird. Alright. We're on Heretic Astartes. So Rise to Glory was the one where you kill people with characters. Rise to Glory. Yeah, so you score 2 victory points at the end of for each character, monster, or vehicle model destroyed at that battle round by a melee attack made by a character. And then you get extra points if it was big, or the Warlord. Now it is 3 VP each time, and not just melee. Doesn't work on smites. And can generate a command point on melee kills, yeah. For the Dark Gods, which is their action, right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's an action. Within 3 of the center of a table quarter. Now it's within 6. You perform at the end of your movement phase. It completes at the start of your next command phase, so it's full round. You get 14 victory points if you get all 4, which is a little bit silly. You should just max. Why don't we max it? It's so difficult. And then Long War. You're just going to take banners. You never take that. Max is at 4 VP a turn from 3. and gives you 1 victory point if you destroyed it. For each enemy unit that's in range of an objective marker, 2 victory points if you control objective markers that your opponent had at the start. Always took Abhor the Witch as Grey Knights. Solid. Flawless game plan. We've done it. Alpha Legion. This is the one that removes an objective, right? Hi, girl. What's up? So you perform an action within 6 inches of your deployment, your opponent's deployment zone. It completes at the end of your next command phase, so full round action. Amazing. And on a 4+, you get rid of it. Oh no, a 5+ if it's cultist. So 3+ anywhere else. So that becomes just a 4+. It looks like. And your opponent cannot complete it anymore. Each time you complete it, you get 4 victory points. 3 victory points, 4 if you're in their deployment zone. Yeah, that's tough. And it's only 1. It's not 1 or more. Yeah. And characters can't do it. Incredible. No good. No changes to specimens. We talked about adorn the canvas. Let's see. Masters. Okay. Fuck. Come on, cat. It muted me. Sorry, everybody. My OBS crashed. My stream software crashed. So we're just back to where we were. My camera died also, because that's what happens when my thing crashes. There it is. Hello. Yeah. Sorry, everybody. Oh, great. And now everyone's minimized. Good stuff. But we should be back. I just have to get back to the secondary objectives we were talking about. There we are. Nailed it. Nice. All right, that was exciting. So we were going through all the objectives. I think this is I don't know if I'm gonna go through everything. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Because I'm kind of flagging right now. So going through every single objective in the game seems a little, for every subfaction, is a little bit tough. I will go through the highlights though. Looks like there haven't been too many changes. Chaos Knight's got some huge changes. Holy shit. Let's go through that. Nice. So Ruthless Tyranny. Used to score you 2 victory points if you control half or more of the objectives, and then additional victory point if they were in dread range. An additional victory point if it's every objective in dread range. So now it's 2 victory points of every objective marker in dread range. So you can score a maximum of 5. Oh no, it's still max 4. So wait a minute, what? Does that change do anything? So it's currently score 1 victory point if half or more of the total number of objective markers in the battlefield are within dread range of your Chaos Knights. Score 1 victory point if every objective marker on the battlefield is within dread range. So if every objective marker is within dread range, half or more of them are within dread range. So that scoring selection going to 2 victory points doesn't do anything. the fuck? I bet Tabletop Tactics misread that one or something. The change wouldn't make any sense to me. Storm of Darkness scores 4 victory points when completed, and the lead debuff range changes to 9. That's huge. So that's the one that starts at the morale phase and then goes for a turn. That is enormous because that used to basically cap at 9 and now it's 12. That's a huge buff. And you get an extended morale boost. You almost always got that 3 times per game. I almost never saw it completed 4. So it was like basically just a 9-point secondary, which is really bad. But now it's 12-point secondary, which is really good. And sometimes you can max it. Path of Destruction. So previously, you scored a victory point if one or more, to a maximum of 3, if one or more units were destroyed by Chaos Knight's model within your deployment zone, more than 3 inches away from either player's deployment zone and within your opponent's deployment zone. And now it removes the 3 inches away clause, so it's slightly easier. And it goes to 4 rounds, 4 victory points a round. Oh, and you get an extra VP if you do all 3 of them. So that's a little easier. That's pretty solid. I like that. Seems good. Chaos Demons got to change into Spoilers of Reality. You get a CP on a 6 when completed. 5 up if you have an instrument, whatever. That action's not very good. It's a full round action. Xenos. Hidden Path was removed. Wrath of Cain, Scry Future Scout the enemy, all the same. Sick. Removed Beasts for the arena. Everything else the same for Drukhari. Solid. Heard the Prey is really good secondary. Harlequins. Need some good changes for Harlequins here. Take your places scores the same. So this is the one if you set up additional objective markers, and then you have to hold them. Objectives can't be set up within 3 of another objective marker instead of 1. Okay. I don't think that really changes anything. Deadly Performance. Only core units count for being wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. No more getting it with a lone character. Ooh, that's tough. But honestly, like, troops on foot usually jumped out to do it anyway a lot of times. It's just you don't get to throw away transports anymore. But to be fair, the transports are all blowing up because their save sucks. So it is what it is. And then Weave Veil, which is the one where I believe that you just target enemies with the psychic action. It's otherwise the same. Tyranids, what do we get? Wow, Synaptic Insight, one of the worst secondaries in the whole game, was nerfed. Incredible. Good stuff. Need 5 kills on your tally to score the victory points. Fucking insane, dude. God. What a shit show. Why even bother continuing to print rules to the faction? Just say they can't be played. Like, real talk. So that was previously... You had a tally that needed 3 points, I believe, to score. So it was... if you destroy a model with a wounds characteristic of 3+, you got 1 point on your tally. Between 6 and 9, you get 2, and 10 or more, you get 3. If you kill it with a Synapse creature. Basically, every Synapse creature in the army has been nerfed, so that's easy. And it used to be that you scored 3 victory points if your tally was 4. So if you killed 4 3-wounders or a combination of like light vehicles and stuff, up to a maximum of 12. Now you have to kill 5 3-wounders. Amazing. Super good. What a nightmare. Feeder Tendrils now only grants +1 CP on the regen roll rather than 2. Great, a nerf. Wow. 2 nerfs to the faction with the worst secondaries. They got 2 nerfs. So good, dude. Yeah, I legitimately think like Tyranids are the new AdMech. Like, whoop whoop, 30% win rate. Let's go. Sweet. Maybe we can beat. I don't know. What faction does Tyranids beat anymore? Like nothing. Like Imperial Fists. We'll get you Imperial Fist players. We're coming for you. No changes to Brood Swarm for G-Soda Cult. That's solid. So that's to have, I believe, more units in your deployment zone, center of the table, enemy deployment zone. Ambush has been buffed. Clean Victory competing with Synaptic which one? Synaptic Insight? No way. Clean Victory is like it's not a great objective, but it is a solid objective. But I think honestly, like, I don't know. Like this secondary is, in some matchups it's playable, but it's almost, the problem is that it competes with no prisoners, and the matchups it's good are matchups where your opponent has a lot of multi-wound infantry that you can kill with your. If you have a lot of Synaptic stuff and your opponent has a lot of multi-wound infantry, that was the one situation where it was good, but you would just take no prisoners. No prisoners is strictly better. So it's like, it doesn't even deserve to exist. It's so bad. Unless your opponent has a mix of heavy infantry and vehicles, and you have a lot of Synap stuff. But your Synaptic stuff sucks now, so it doesn't matter. So Ambush is kill stuff with exposed tokens on them, right? I believe. 1 victory point if enemy units were destroyed when they had a crossfire marker. 1 victory point if enemy units were destroyed from a unit that was set up from ambush or underground. 1 victory point if one or more enemy units were destroyed when it was exposed. And it's 2 victory points each, but total of 5. So previously it was 1 victory point each, so it would naturally total 3 because each segment's 1 or more. And now it's caps at 5. That's really good, actually. That's super solid. Even if you just get 4 points a turn on that. So you kill somebody with a crossfire marker and with somebody who set up, for example, that's 4 points. You just have to do that 3 times, and you get a 12er. If you do it any other times, you basically max it. And then sabotage. So after choosing deployment zones, your opponent places 2 critical location markers on the battlefield, 9 inches away from any battlefield edge, 9 inches away from another critical location marker. You can do an action on them. There's like a weird clause in there I don't understand, but that's okay. You can do an action on them with infantry or bikers within 3 inches of the marker. Is it each player? No, your opponent places 2. Yeah, I don't understand this secondary, whatever. When you, and then you score based on when the action was completed. So if you do a turn 2, you get 9. Looks like it's been completed. It's basically been buffed up 1 each. So 10 on turn 2, 8 on turn 3, 7 on 4, and 6 on 5. So you can max it if you get like 2 on round 3. Nice. That seems tough. I don't know if you do that. There's a 4-round action. It starts at the end of your movement phase. Completed the. Oh, it's 1 turn actually, and it's at the end of your move unit step, so you can't jump in on it. You have to move to it. So it's a little tough. Getting that on turn 1 would be very difficult. I think you have to do like the came from below and get a pregame move and then get on it, but that seems difficult. You'd probably just take banners. We've talked about the changes to the Necron secondaries, I believe, in the video yesterday. Purge the Vermin changes to within rather than wholly within and can't be scored turn 1. Oh, that is a big change, actually. So previously, you would get denied points for every table quarter your opponent had units wholly within. But now it's just within, so if you have one model out of a big unit, just like touching, and you didn't kill them. Code of Combat got removed. No, I like that one. That is a big nerf too. That in the situations where you couldn't get like good Ancient Machineries objectives, you would just like fall back on Code of Combat and rely on TSK to score you out like a 12er, and you can't do that anymore, so that's unfortunate. And then Treasures of Aeons we talked about has been reduced a little bit. It used to be 5 victory points for having the 3 objectives in the middle, and now it's only 4. Which honestly doesn't feel like that big of a change. Biggest and the best was removed. Man, they got rid of all the character-centric ones. Those were pretty hit or miss, because it was all your warlord doing stuff, and either you would like max them immediately, or you would have trouble. Green Tide. You only need to be 3 inches away from other table quarters rather than 6. And they quadranted out the table quarters. Get the good bits completes 4 victory points each time the action is completed. How many points did that score previously? Was it 3? So it was you alternate with your opponent selecting objective markers to be good objective markers up to 3. The action starts the end of your movement phase, completes the next command phase unless you're a Grot, I believe, and it scores you 3 points each time you completed it. But now it scores you 4? Wow. Okay. Jesus. Okay. That's insane. All right, that's a huge buff. Losing biggest and the best is big. That's a big deal, but get the good bits is significantly better. Tau Empire got no changes at all. Incredible. Good stuff. Their secondaries were solid, but a little bit awkward to score. That's the biggest weakness of Tau, I think, is that like their secondaries always get like 12 points. And so you can table your opponent, but if you didn't kill them on primary and you only get like 30 on secondaries, you're just like, and your opponent got like has a bunch of banners up or something and you weren't able to take them down, you just get wrecked. And Votan got no changes. Removed Grudge Match. Oh, that's interesting. We were just talking about that yesterday as being like a kill focus secondary right next to Ancestors Are Watching. So Ancestors Are Watching is to kill people with judgment tokens on them. And then Grudge Match is basically to kill your opponent's most expensive units. And so you just did both of those things and you got points for them, but they removed Grudge Match. Clean victory is shit? Is it? It's kill units during your, while your tactical philosophy is going off, right? One victory point if 1 or more enemy units are destroyed. 3 victory points if 3 more enemy units are destroyed. That's not good. That's not terrible. You probably don't 12 it, but I have a tough time imagining you don't get like a 10. Compare that to good old Synaptic Insight. There are certainly worse objectives in the game. 100%. Definitely. Clean victory on Monka is better. Unless you go first. What if you go first and your opponent screens your like turn 1 deep strike? You like pick Monka and you can't shoot anything. You're just like, fuck me, I guess. You just get destroyed. I don't know. The thing is like it's no mercy, right? So like you could just easily take grind or no prisoners, right? And it's like the same. I think it's fine. You just won't take it. If that's the one faction secondary you don't take, I think it's okay. They can't all be gold stars. Time for Dark Technomancer's build. Sounds fun. All right, chats. We've talked a shit ton about this. We went through so much stuff. I did not expect to stream for 5 hours today, but you know what? We made it happen. I was gonna post a video, but that'll go up tomorrow. I don't know. Insanity from this new data slate, everybody. Absolutely insane. So yeah, this is a disaster of a release, I'm pretty sure. I have for my closing notes, I reserve the right to get extremely biased again. I think Arcs of Omen is going to be a nightmare of a season. This data slate was a shit show. These changes don't look great. And I'm not looking forward to playing competitive 40k for the next 6 months. I think the Arcs of Omen changes are cool. Like, the Arcs of Omen detachment is cool. The changes to Space Marines is interesting, and I hope it heralds a lot for the game, and I hope like we see less war gear options represented. The more we discussed it today, the more I did feel like Space Marines was more of a side grade than it was a strict upgrade, because losing Armor of Contempt and losing a bunch of secondaries is pretty brutal. The Harlequin's nerf was overtuned. The Tyranids being removed as a faction was a little bit, it's a little frustrating, just slightly. So yeah. I don't know. It sounds like nothing of note is, besides army list construction, nothing of note is changing in the actual missions themselves. So that's frustrating. All the worst missions remained unchanged or got more restrictive. That's frustrating. Yeah, this is like, I don't know, potentially like the worst possible they could have released. Yeah. Maybe they're trying to push boarding actions really hard, chat. I don't know. They're just like, hey guys, GT sucks. Go play boarding actions. Why don't you buy our expensive train piece? Why don't we buy that? Maybe we will play boarding actions. I don't know, chat. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap things up. So I'll run through and drop some timestamps on this thing so people running back can see some. Doesn't have to go through like a 5-hour video to see everything. But, yeah. Thanks, everyone, for coming and hanging out. Maybe they want everyone to play Age of Sigmar. Yeah. That's always the tinfoil hat, right? It's like, they just dumpster a faction, like, right when another... Or dumpster a game right when another game gets a big buff. So, they're like, new edition. Our game sucks. You want to go play the other one? I don't know if I have too much to say about that. It's just unfortunate. I think it was pointed to earlier, but... And obviously, we'll have to see how the game works out, right? Because I think that there's a lot of play that we have to do. Like, obviously, list construction is totally different. There's going to be archetypes that get built around and changes that get sort of accounted for. But we went from having, like, an incredibly strong metagame that was striating a little too much towards the end of the last season. And then they were like, in the video, they said it right. They're like, well, just shake the snow globe and like change everything. And you're like, why? Why did you do that? Like, hit Harlequin's Tyranids for sure. Why put them, like, why make them the worst factions in the game? That's unnecessary. Buff Space Marines, yes. But also, don't buff Space Marines in a way that just like removes also a bunch of their defensive abilities. What are you doing? And then, yeah, I don't know, like make Custodes the best faction? Like, I don't understand it. So, anyway, whatever. It's weird. Buy AOS to use for D&D? Strong. It's a good point. That's a good use case. Anyway, chat, I'll go ahead and wrap things up. Thanks everyone for watching all the way. There's a bunch of people on the stream. This is awesome. I apologize for the technical difficulties there. Had a little computer crash, but we fixed it. And I'm going to be live later tonight. I'm going to play some Darktide over on the Twitchies, so come hang out with me over there. If we want to continue to wax philosophical about the Dataslate changes, I will certainly indulge that. So come hang out with me while I play some games. Otherwise, keep it classy, folks. Have happy wargaming. Do all that stuff. I'll see you later.